Hi, is there anyone in the room that's driving a beige car with the license plate 982XVT? Okay. If you are, your window is open on your car, and you have a lot of things in it. So, just putting that out there. Did everybody hear that? Looking for a car. Okay. I think we're all here. Okay, I'd like to reconvene then the full board. All right.
Open.
Do you need a motion?
Yes, please.
I'd like to make a motion to open the meeting.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Action carries. Okay, and I believe we did have some minutes, is that right?
Correct.
From the Committee of the Whole, for March 8th. I would move the minutes of March 8th.
Second.
Thank you. I was going to include the item number D, 2023-26.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, then we'll take a motion then for another set of minutes. We don't have additional minutes on that agenda. April 6th, 26th. Do I have that correct? That's for our full meeting, which we would need to
Open.
you'd need to call it to order and then
Okay.
all that
Sorry.
jazz. Thank you. Okay. I'd like to open then the full board here May 10th at,
the previous committee.
excuse me?
You want to adjourn the previous committee?
Oh, okay. We're going to adjourn then the Committee of the Whole. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. On then to the full board here Wednesday, May 10th at 5:08. Would the secretary please call the roll?
Commissioner Thompson.
Here.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Here.
Commissioner Olson.
Here.
Commissioner Musich.
Present.
Commissioner Menz.
Present.
Commissioner Elper.
Present.
Commissioner Abene. Vice President Smith.
Here.
President Forney.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Take a motion then to approve the agenda. So moved.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Action carries, and just for it to be noted is that coming from admin and finance, if those items do pass, resolution 2023-89 and 2023-70 have been requested to be brought to the full board. Okay, on then to the approval of the minutes, April 26th.
I'd like to move the minutes from April 26, 2023.
Thank you. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Action carries. And we're going to have a new version of our reports of officer. Take it away, Superintendent Van Gora.
Thank you, President Forney and Commissioners. Let me get my microphone on here. Thank you. Yes, and President Forney, I've been talking about this for a while, and we're going to be presenting a different approach to report of officers. And what I'm going to do is just kind of do a pilot today, and we'll test it out, and we're going to focus on really our strategic directions at the board, the 5, and give sort of a highlight on each strategic direction to kind of anchor the board on the work that we're doing in the organization, reflective of your 5 strategic directions that the board has directed us in our work. So with that, I'll get started and we'll work through this. So under strategic direction A is act boldly for our climate future. And what I'm going to talk about today is Graco Park. And so just to kind of give an update on where we are at this point we have favorable bids that were received 2 weeks ago for the construction of Graco Park. And the construction will commence in July. And we're expecting and anticipating that this building will be completed in early 2025, which is incredibly exciting. And just to kind of get a little context behind the building, it's MPRB's first net zero energy building. So I'm so proud of that, really exciting. And so it'll have the photovoltaics on the roof. It'll have the geothermal in the ground. It'll have a high performance walls and roof. It also will have, based on daylight analysis, windows placements and size resulting from that analysis. for that building. The really great thing too is around the sidewalk snow melt system in the new building will be placed on the entries. And some of the really great things about that, it really starts to eliminate the use of de-icing chemicals, obviously near our habitats in our river location, obviously where it's located. So that's really important. It also keeps the floors in our buildings in good shape. As anybody knows, when you track in a lot of salt and kind of debris, it'll really tear down the life cycle of any kind of flooring. So we're really excited about that. There will be less use of that. It also eliminates the use of mechanical equipment in that area. So you won't have as many heavy equipment again, which will give the lifespan of that space also is really important. And of course, as you see our wonderful pictures there on Graco, and if you've looked at the animation one, it's just outstanding. And that's the concept drawing for Graco Park Center, of course, and then the concept for the redeveloped shoreline at Graco Park. So that's the first one. The next one is based on, of course, the Commissioner's Strategic Direction B. It's cultivate each community's place and honor cultural traditions in Minneapolis parks. So what I'm going to talk about is lawns and legumes. So lawns and legumes programs required a new form of volunteer agreement with what we call a 10-year maintenance period. And this is being offered, of course, to the Minnesota Board of Soil and Water Resources. And what it does is it provides workshops and trainings. It also offers grants for community projects that create habitat and raise awareness on the need to protect the federally endangered rusty-patched bumblebee and other at-risk pollinators. So the planning, which is really great, our planning and environmental management, collaborated to create, in the creation of an agreement, being brought forward to you tonight, of course, or this evening from the Admin and Finance Committee to create a pollinator garden at the Washburn Avenue tot lot. There's another, of course, agreement in the works, and that's the area near East Cedar Beach. And these small plantings or native flowers are really highly valuable to pollinators, and it really builds an important habitat corridor. And what's really fascinating that I found out that maybe some of you already know this, that Minnesota is home to more than 450 native bee species, which I never knew, so that's a great fact. And just to kind of give context too, pollinators also include, of course, butterflies, moths, beetles, and native flies. So usually people think about bees, but I'm learning a lot today, so it's really great from the staff. This is great. And they also play a key role in pollinating many food crops, as we know, native plants, but populations have significantly declined worldwide in recent years. And those can be attributed to habitat loss and lack of related nutrition for pollinators. And it also, of course, as we know, it can be attributed to pesticide use and pathogens in our ecosystem. So even though we look at this as a relatively small planting of native flowers, it can help to create conditions that are highly valuable to pollinators, and it can really start to help build a really important habitat corridor in our park system. So really excited about that, and hopefully the visuals there really give context to how exciting this is and the work that we're doing within our organization. The next strategic direction, C, is implement quality youth and intergenerational programs. And what we're going to talk about here is the Youth Program Quality Assessment Tool. And I love data. I know Commissioner Musich will really enjoy this, but of course our board will really take this to heart, that I've been very determined about getting data analysis to this board and really with context, not just in quantitative or qualitative, but also quantitative. And this is a great tool for us. So over the past few months, youth program specialists have been part of a continuous program improvement called a CPI, which is an ongoing process to improve program quality and design. So part of this process was getting our youth program specialists trained on the Youth Program Quality Assessment Tool. It's called the YPQA, which is validated instrument designed to evaluate the quality of youth programs and identify staff training needs. So the CPI process also required participation in, it's called the M3, which is called Making Meaning in Multiple Data Sets. So a lot of acronyms, but it's called the M3, which is an all-day facilitated workshop to review data, interpret the data, and identify key goals for improvement, which really excites me. And I know that the staff really are getting traction around this. So the youth program specialist participated in the M3 last month, and they will start to begin to be the process around the CPI process throughout the summer. And they have a finalized improvement plan implemented this fall. The 5 recreation program leads, the program advancement administrator, and the data insights team member for recreation also were invited to and attended these trainings, which is really exciting. So, the 5 program leads we have out there, Jamie Nelder, who's our data advancement administrator, and of course, I think it was Lyndon probably was the insights team member. So I want to personally, of course, thank the service area manager, Nicole Hernandez, for her leadership in bringing these trainings together for staff. And I'm really grateful for that. And what an innovative and creative way to, again, look at our work and be accountable to the people we serve, but also to make sure that we're doing the work to make sure we get the right data and we're translating that. So strategic direction D, care for park assets to meet evolving needs and practices. So the ESRI on snow plowing, so I had to ask what the ESRI was, make sure I'm right on this. The Environmental Systems Research Institute Incorporated. So it's really cool. So the asset management team was recently highlighted in the ESRI case study for our work creating the winter plow operations tool, which is really, really cool. It's a really wonderful article. So this tool created an operations dashboard. It created a public-facing live status map of public request portal where users could report and see status requests within our system. The staff are currently using the data gathered from the winter to summarize this winter operation and to look for ways to improve future seasons. The project wouldn't have been possible without project and system analyst Kelly Armstrong, who was the architect and driver of this solution, and of course Dave Bergstrom, Mike Schweiger, and our mobile equipment operator MEOs, who worked literally tirelessly through the record-setting winter to implement this really wonderful tool. So the asset management team is excited to continue this work for other operation processes. So this is just the beginning, and already working on a new real-time operation tools that help staff improve operations and allow us to be transparent with the public around operations, park asset conditions, status, and experiences. So again, our really great tool is to look at data and insights, GSI mapping, and I just want to make sure I know when I came into the organization, Assistant Superintendent Barrick was always talking about these things, and I got really geeked on it, and he was showing these wonderful examples of the work they were doing. And I did say geek because it's really cool. And it followed into kind of what I was expecting through the organization to be more transparent and to look at our work. So congratulations to the team. They're doing great work. The last one, strategic direction E, steward our natural resources. Arbor Day celebration, which was absolutely amazing. I had the pleasure of seeing one of our commissioners there, of course. I had a great time. By all accounts, the 2023 Arbor Day celebration, with its unique array of tree-themed activities for all ages, and if you were there, there was a unique themed activities, was a huge success. Over 1,000 people visited. I mean, it was kind of rainy, but the sun that came out and was amazing. And they visited Wyndham Northeast Park and enjoyed the bucket truck rides, the tree climbing, lawn games, nature play, and food trucks. The Arborator Band, which I saw for the first time actually scaling the tree and getting their equipment, it was absolutely amazing, provided musical entertainment from the crown of the tree. There was also information and activities for environmental and neighborhood organizations. Which is really cool is we had students from the Pillsbury Elementary School, and volunteers assisted with planting over 150 new trees throughout the park. The mayor, of course, Jacob Fry, was on hand to read the Arbor Day proclamation, which honored Peggy Booth for her years of service as a founding member and co-chair of the Minneapolis Tree Advisory Commission. And I had the privilege of talking to her and meet with her and thank her for her years of service, which was just incredible. Arbor Day has become an annual springtime celebration, of our magnificent tree canopy. The Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board, Forestry Department, and its network of community partners literally spend months preparing for this event. And if you actually walk up and see this event, you recognize how much time went into it, the care and dedication they put into this event. I can't be more proud of it. It's just amazing. So for forestry staff, the reward is in bringing people together to celebrate the many benefits we receive from our trees. So with that, President Forney and Commissioners, is the new pilot update on what I'm sharing with the board. And if you have any questions, more than happy to answer. And thank you for your time.
Any questions people have of the superintendent? Any questions? Well, I will at least comment that I appreciate the format. I think it's beneficial to us as far as commissioners. Not that the others weren't, but I mean, to keep us focused on what it is that our goals are, what we are here for. So I really appreciate it. I just, also would love some feedback when you have a chance. We have talked a bit about the possibility of putting this before petitions and communications. And a lot of it is because we've got a sea of people over here that would like to get us through the agenda so that they can go home. And so that was just a thought. It would be a rule change, so it's something to consider. Anyway, so we will move then on to reports from appointees to outside boards and...
President Forney, sorry.
Oh, sorry, Commissioner Vance, yes?
So will there be, eventually we'll get reports on the YPQA and stuff like that from the division?
Your microphone?
Oh, sorry.
I got it. President Forney, Commissioner Menz, absolutely.
On
will-
YCB? Is that what you just said?
Yes, on the YP.
YPQA and CPI and all these acronyms.
Yes,
So,
yes.
Thank you.
Or I'll call Jamie and ask him. But, and thank you, I like the new format.
All right.
Cool, okay, on to reports of appointees to outside boards, commissions, and committees. And I will note that Commissioner Benny right now is at the BET. Possibly she'll walk in time to report. Yes, Commissioner Thompson?
Thank you, President Forney. I was at the Minneapolis Parks Foundation meeting last night. It was lovely to see everyone face to face. I think it actually was my first ever Parks Foundation meeting that was face to face. They've been over Zoom. So I just wanted to highlight a couple things because it was a really robust discussion, and there's a lot going on with the Parks Foundation as they are expanding their vision for how they can partner with us. So first of all, they're going to have their first ever sunset in the parks, and it's going to be a fundraiser. It's going to be at a surprise location somewhere, I can't tell you. MinneapolisParksFoundation.org if you want to sign up. It's kind of like an outdoor picnic space with some entertainment and just a fun night in the parks. There's a lot more information there. It's basically like bring a picnic, share it with your friends, and there'll be some other entertainment type things coming as in the park space. People for Parks, there are grants coming up for a lot of projects that happen within our parks. Next Generation of Parks events, there were 2 free events in March and in May, they're like walk and talks, and then also spaces where we can have conversations with leaders in other parks. It's almost as if now I can't remember the name of that planning thing where we all went in Philadelphia. What am I? Greater and Greener. They come to us. That's it. And then finally, there are some donor-directed gifts specific to places that are happening. There's one in Eloise Butler Wildflower Garden, Lake Harriet Bandshell for bird safe glass, and the Lupient Water Park will get improving the bathhouse, and I believe all the district commissioners and those know about that. So it was really fun to get to just see how the foundation is really broadening its scope and helping us best serve the people. So that's all I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Commissioner Menz?
Hi, I had the pleasure of attending the MWMO, Mississippi Watershed Management Organization, meeting yesterday, and got to observe we voted on a resolution around Upper Harbor, which it looks like some bids came in a lot higher than we anticipated, or at least than the park board anticipated, and I learned a little bit about how we need to get approval from them. So we basically, at the MWMO had to approve an increase in the amount of the budget, which was pretty significant. But then that allows us to negotiate further with individual companies. So it was pretty complex, but the planning department and everybody I know was involved in negotiating that with the MWMO. So we are on track. It was a unanimous vote, but it does look like there was some if you look at the photo, there's the big drainage or stormwater system that they're doing came in a lot higher. They called it the bad kid on the block. So, but according to Park Board, and maybe staff can, clarify this, once we approve the total contract, then we can go back and negotiate a lower amount. So MWMO increased their amount to the project of $600,000. But they didn't increase the total amount that they're going to put towards Upper Harbor project overall, which is about $11.5 million. So since this is the first project, it was a pretty easy vote, but it does signify that we're kind of over budget in the beginning. So just to kind of keep an eye on how that project proceeds over the next 7 or 8 years, and how that works out. But it was a really key element to the stormwater system and to the overall system that's going in there. So otherwise, it's always great to go to that building. It's right along the river. They're kind of our neighbors across the river. And they did say that the floodwaters, which if you haven't been to the MWMO building, you can see how high the floodwaters get. They got above the 1997 flood by about 3 feet, but not quite to the 1952 flood. So pretty cool place. I also reiterate a lot when I go to those meetings that, they're a good partner for education too. That we talk about all these huge projects and big infrastructure things, but between ourselves and the MWMO, there's a great opportunity for partnership around education of our young people and maybe even the school district about getting kids and young people to own and be at the river. So something that I think is possible is some sort of curriculum or some sort of thing that we can deliver to the school districts. And I keep pushing both organizations to kind of think about how that would work, because I think that we could get every kid to the river. And if we're spending millions and millions of dollars on these infrastructure projects, the most important infrastructure that we can provide is quality education around the environment and owning our natural resources with pride.
Anybody else? Oh, I can't see. Sorry. Vice President Smith?
Yeah, just one update. We had a YCB meeting today, and we finally were able to get the JPA approved, which is the Joint Powers Agreement, which includes us as a park board, Hennepin County, the school, and the city of Minneapolis. And that runs through 24 through 28. So that was really exciting. Also approved $15,000 for Project Grad, which helps seniors who maybe have fallen behind ensure that they can graduate at the end of the school year. And as we know, Minneapolis Public Schools is failing to educate students of color. In particular, the graduation rates are the lowest in the country, and so that's a really big deal. So I was excited to be a part of that today.
No other lights? Thank you for those reports. I really, it's so important for us to know what our partners are about, and that's why we each have appointments to these various boards and committees. And I just want to remind people that when we are there, we are representing the board, okay? And we are representing where our stance is on the board. So I really encourage you, please, share with us. I'm going to have some significant things about the Blue Line coming in June. So I hope that everybody else will continue to share what and how these impact us. And so anyway, being it's 5:30, my understanding from hand signals is that we do not have anybody who is signed up from the for open time. So I will open it. Is anybody here who would like to speak? Anybody here who wants to speak? I don't think I need to do this, but I'm going to do it anyway. Anybody here who would like to speak? And that, I will close then our open time and move on then to, I have lost our agenda. Here it is. Okay, so on to our consent agenda. Can I take a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I would move the consent agenda as a slate.
Second.
All those in favor of the consent agenda, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Oppose? That action. No, okay. That action carries. Okay, on then to reports of standing committees, planning committee. And who is reporting for us?
I can do it. On behalf of the Planning Committee, I'd like to move Resolution 2022-312, resolution adopting the updated Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board land policy.
Second.
Any discussion? Oh, I'm seeing lights, excuse me, I didn't say who was first, so, but I'm going to say Chair Alper.
Oh, thank you. I would like to move a staff amendment before us tonight, and it is located, it's located in your, before you. Here, and should I read it, or how should would you like me to? No.
What, would you like it read?
Point of information, typically you would at least tell us which portions are being updated and read those aloud.
Absolutely.
Great.
All right, I will do that. The recommendation, beginning on page 1, policy, under policy, it adds the text, because MPRB is a legacy land steward, MPRB strongly opposes the sale or transfer of MPRB land or other activities, including most encroachments that remove land from public access, stewardship, or ownership. And then it strikes the sentence, the Board of Commissioners generally opposes the use of MPRB parkland for such purposes. So it adds that depth. It adds wording public and private purposes beyond recreation. Then on page 3, definitions, it clarifies some pieces on encroachments. It adds the text, some encroachments currently exist as licensed encroachments, strikes encroachments may be licensed, and then adds the text, while some encroachments currently exist as unlicensed encroachments, strikes the text, okay, I'll keep going, or be unlicensed. And then on page 4, under procedures, it adds table of contents, land acquisition, land disposition, use of parkland, and encroachments. And then on page 5, section A6, it adds the text, MPRB may direct a developer to provide unencumbered fee title land, to pay a fee, or to provide and improve private land for public use. The first and third options being available when development sites are included as park acquisition areas in adopted MPRB plans. It strikes the text, acquire fee title property and/or perpetual easements as fulfillment of park dedication requirements. Adds the text, any land dedication, strikes such. Bear with me, I'll keep going, and strikes the text, when development sites are included as park acquisition areas in adopted master plans, MPRB has the option of identifying a fee title parcel for transfer to MPRB or working with the developer on a private land maintained for public use dedication. Adds the language, ordinance section PB 15-4 includes criteria under which private land maintained for public use will be considered. And it renames the section, the title of section C to use of parkland. So I believe that captures the amendment.
Awesome.
Did you get a second? I think you did, right? No?
Was there a second?
I'll second that, okay.
Okay, thank you.
Got you.
Okay,
Pick one.
Commissioner Schaefer.
I also have another amendment. This is under letter C.
Oh,
I believe we
I
have-
thought it was to the amendment, okay. Any discussion then on the long amendment? Any discussion on that item? Not seeing any discussion. All those in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That action carries. Okay, now, Commissioner Schaefer.
Under letter C, in the new amended policy title, use of parkland versus land stewardship. Number 6, construction activities. MPRB may evaluate, approve, and permit construction-related activities on MPRB land, provided they meet the parameters outlined in C1. Permits for use of a period of less than 6 months shall be approved by the Assistant Superintendent of Planning. Permits for use of a period of more than 6 months, as well as all 6-month permit renewals, shall be approved by the Board of Commissioners. MPRB staff may choose to waive construction permit fees if the construction has direct benefits to MPRB land or to the recreating public. That is the first piece of the amendment. Looks like we have a question. I will read the second piece and then can answer. This is under number 4, same section, around easements to third parties. MPRB may create or have created and then duly record permanent and temporary easements within private or government entities, provided they meet the parameters outlined in C1. Any entity requesting a temporary or permanent easement will be charged the same fee structure for that easement, to be calculated based on the area of the easement, the assessed valuation of land in the area, and the duration of occupancy. Betterments executed as part of the easement that result in direct benefits to MPRB and/or the recreating public may be considered a form of payment for the easement fee if the costs and the value are clearly documented. All easements and fees must be approved by the Board of Commissioners. Perpetual easements of non-park uses are considered depositions in most cases. CB4. Questions?
Is there a second?
Oh, second.
Okay. Questions? Stuart? Yes, Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Forney. On the initial modification where it notes that it changes the language to say, provided they meet the parameters outlined in C1. I have a little bit of concern around that because it's not, the parameters are not binary parameters. They're not things that are either absolutely one thing or absolutely another. They're really up to the discretion of the person making that review decision. So I worry with this hard of language that we are opening ourselves up to challenges to process because someone doesn't agree with the person making that determination. Whereas with the language that's in the document currently, it really notes that it's a discretionary decision being made by a planner, and then allows us to determine whether or not we agree with that. So I don't know how excited I am about that particular change. The second piece, I'm wondering if Council Rice can let me know if this is something that we already have the authority to do, if our current rules require that that planning staff would bring things forward to us, and if it's necessary for us to include it in this document. It's permits for use for a period of more than 6 months, as well as 6-month permit renewals, and the new pieces as well as 6-month permit renewals. If that's necessary for us to add, or if our board rules already require that to occur.
Madam President, Commissioner Musich, I think our current practice is to do this. I think this was a good suggestion by Commissioner Schaefer to say that in the policy so there's no confusion, that I believe it might even be the ordinance that says that the staff are allowed to give a 6-month construction permit, but anything longer than 6 months has to be approved by the board. And so I think this is a good addition.
Okay, so it's supporting
Yes,
it's supporting current practice and ordinance.
Yes.
Okay. All right, and I don't have questions about the second one. Thank you for the additional information.
Commissioner Menz? I think Commissioner Menz was next, sorry.
Yes. I'm wondering, how would we determine the value in like the documentation that might be required of things that are a little bit ambiguous, like recreational activity, or do we have any idea on how that might work?
Yes, I think Director Arvidsson would be, or Ms. Downey.
Certainly. President Forney, Commissioner Menz, the reason why we've included sort of both cost and value in there is to provide a lot of flexibility to staff and to the board to determine when we might be getting really great benefits that are maybe not monetarily quantifiable. So, I mean, cost is kind of an easy thing to consider, and an example of that is that we have allowed private owners to replace portions of sidewalk in front of their homes, and the cost of that sidewalk that they are paying allows them to reduce their easement fee, because we would otherwise have to replace that sidewalk. Alternatively, you know, there may be an item, there is an item before the planning committee tonight around a 4F approval where we expect to give a free construction easement for some improvements of curb ramps. The actual cost of what they're building on parkland is extremely minimal, but having really amazing crossings and accessible curb ramps, I think, has great value to our parks. So what staff is proposing in that case is, we think it outweighs even the function of asking them for a fee. So that's where we would recommend, we think we should just waive it, because there's a real value to the recreating public there. I think it's important to say here that because all of these will come before the board, you will always be the final arbiter of whether there's enough value being provided in order to waive a fee. We may make a recommendation on that, but this board ultimately has the final say on that determination.
I have a specific example. Can I ask for a specific example? Like, so I've gotten a lot of requests in the past, or even just being a coach at a park, like that there might be need for a shed. So does this amendment allow for an outside entity to get an easement for that shed? And with that, how would they document that value? I mean, it's just a specific example, but I'm trying to figure out how this might apply to those specific examples in the near future and then in the far future.
Certainly, President Forney, Commissioner Menz, I think in a case like that where a partner, a community partner, may want to build some infrastructure on our parkland, we would maybe more likely look at some kind of like lease or use agreement or donation agreement even,
Okay.
rather than an easement, because an easement would give them significant rights over our property. And so in a case like that, we might look at a little different vehicle. And in that case, because someone would potentially be bringing resources to benefit the parkland, I don't think we would think once about also charging them for the use of that land. There would be a net benefit to the park for the work that they do, should, again, the board desire such an improvement to take place.
Thank you.
Not seeing any other lights. All those in favor then of the amendment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Oppose? That motion carries. Those amendments. So back then to the main motion as amended. All those in favor, wherever we were, okay, there we are, the land policy and everything. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Hoorah, that carries. Thank you for all the work on that, especially. Okay. Next.
Yes, I would like to move Resolution 2023-66, resolution approving the installation of 2 pollinator gardens by Armitage Neighborhood Association in Washburn Avenue Tot Lot, and further approving a license and maintenance agreement for the gardens with the Armitage Neighborhood Association within the Southwest service area of Minneapolis.
Second.
Any questions? Commissioner Schaefer.
Would you like me to add this amendment
Oh,
now?
yes, thank you, please.
The amendment from staff, I believe, that we add the resolved clause to this particular resolution. Resolved that the board amends the 2023 CIP to allocate $3,066.30 from the Armitage neighborhood portion of the Dibble-Hornstein Parkland Dedication Fund account to assist the community in funding the project.
I will second that motion.
Any discussion on that? Not seeing any lights. All those in favor then of the amendment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Action carries. We will then vote then on the resolution. All those in favor of the resolution, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries as well. On to admin and finance.
I would like to move Resolution 2023-75, resolution awarding a construction contract to Meisinger Construction Company in the amount of $215,000 and $200 for pickleball courts at Loring Park, a part of the downtown service area per bid event number 2464, pending approval by the City of Minneapolis Finance and Property Services. Procurement Division and Minneapolis Civil Rights Department, and authorizing the administrative use of a 10% construction contingency up to $21,520 for necessary construction change orders that may arise with the contract, and amending the 2023 capital improvement program to allocate $16,410 from the Loring Park neighborhood portion of the Dibble-Hornstein Parkland Dedication Fund to complete the proposed project.
Second.
Not seeing any lights? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That's right, okay, opposed. That action carries. Okay, we're moving right along, gang, here. We then now are going to be having the LOPIT or LOPIT 2021-2022 annual report. And I'd like to welcome the Executive Director, Claire Wilson. She's eager.
She is eager.
Oh.
Let's see if we can see it there.
While you're working on pulling that up, there's something weird with our TV, so if the tech folks could help fix that at some point, that'd be great. Everything's scrolling to the left when you're showing us resolutions and stuff. Thanks.
Excellent. Well, good evening, Commissioners. This is the annual visit from the Lopit Foundation to provide the annual report. Again, this is a condition of our operating agreement with the Lopit Foundation, and many of you may be aware at this point, we actually have two agreements that are active with the Lopit in relation to the trailhead and the surrounding area. One is the lease agreement and one is the operating agreement. There's might be a couple more coming online. I know Director Wilson and Assistant Superintendent Schroeder are working on some additional donation agreements, so that's a little bit of a trailer for a future meeting. But with that, I'll hand it over to Claire, and she'll walk you through the annual report.
Thank you, Deputy Superintendent Ringgold. And hi, everybody. I'm Claire Wilson, Executive Director at the Lopit Loppet Foundation. Doesn't matter, as long as you say it with love. And to ground us in this report, as Deputy Superintendent Ringgold said, this is obligated in our operating agreement. And so this is actually a little bit confusing, because what I'm reporting on, the numbers that I'm reporting on, are from our fiscal year prior, so fiscal year 21-22. So when I reference winter, I'm not referencing this past winter, I'm referencing the prior winter, which, to reground ourselves, in that winter was COVID was just on the wane. We were finally open again, but much of the world was not. So this really was a robust year for the foundation, as we provided services that others were unable to provide at the time, and as we finally got the trailhead really open and operationalized again. So I just wanted to let you know that that's what we're speaking of, but of course I'll be doing some forward projections and some talking about this past winter as well. And so here's our beautiful trailhead, and I wanted to just kind of bring us into this space together right now and just really remark on what a sacred and beautiful space we are so grateful to be stewarding with you all, and to say in particular how thankful I am to the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board staff who interact with us on almost a daily basis. And you know, of course, Deputy Superintendent Ringgold is one of the greatest civil servants I've ever worked with, but all of the staff have just been wonderful to be with and work with, and so cooperative. And so, you know, what you see here is a manifestation of this partnership. It truly is. I also would say that, you know, we are trying to move beyond just being known as the Winter Foundation. And while we're loving being the greatest cheerleaders for winter in the city, we also offer year-round activities, and you know, the second iteration of the operating agreement really reflected that. And so we are working as a foundation right now to really live into our value of inclusion and to assure that we are creating a welcoming space for folks regardless of the activity that they want to pursue. We just want to connect people to the outdoors, connect people to this gorgeous park, and whatever way that people find their way in is celebrated. And so this year in particular, we really strengthened a lot of our community partnerships, and I'll be speaking of that because their engagement with the trailhead has made it even more magical and special. So it was a very successful year, this fiscal year, for the foundation. We managed to pay down a great deal of debt. We sold and experienced more usage than we have in the past, and really ended the year in a very strong position. So some of the key highlights were, again, COVID and the Lopet. So we sold a lot of passes. We had a very strong ski pass sale year. It was, just under 10,000 passes, just over 10,000 passes. So a little bit of an increase from the previous year. And I have to say that at that time, of course, it was a little bit a lower snow year, not like this past year where we had plenty of the snow. And I think it was really, we had such a strong customer service base. And that I attribute completely to the fact that our customer service staff, for the most part in the winter, are comprised of young people who've come up through our programs. And they feel an attachment to this place unlike anyone else. And they really not only operate the trailhead, but they operate it with a very special spirit. And people feel it. They feel it when they come for the rentals. They feel it when they come to the tubing hill. They feel it in our instruction. And so that to me is truly remarkable because, I can't wait for the day when I work for them because it won't be long. They own it and they love it. And I think it's one of the biggest keys to our success, honestly, in the winter. We also made a significant investment in snowmaking, and so we expanded the lower stadium, which is, that area when you first walk in to your left, and that allowed us to have additional instruction area. It allowed us to welcome more beginners into the space, and it allowed us to really meet that strong utilization. And then just the usage of the space itself skyrocketed this year. So this was the first year that we were really able to hold weddings and venue rentals, and and we were also doing weddings and events that had been booked in 2019 and were finally able to happen. So and we also really intentionally partnered with a lot of our community partners to host events at the trailhead. So while this, and most of this was free or subsidized to some degree. So we hosted the North High Prom, we hosted the Northside Achievement Zone's graduation ceremony, we hosted Project Success multiple times, we hosted the Special Olympics, and some of that was co-partnership, but it was activated, the space was activated by many in the community, and particularly our Northside neighbors. We also made some infrastructure improvements beyond just the expanded snowmaking. We also, really operated the adventure shop. So as y'all know, there were some vendors displaced throughout the initial processes, but for this fiscal year, the Lopet operated the adventure shop. Mill Valley, this fiscal year that I'm reporting on, they were still quite dependent on our program participants to kind of meet their revenue goals. I think this past winter, and what we're seeing now is that folks are really coming to the trailhead as a destination. It's not just dependent on if we have programming going or not. Like this evening, we don't have any programming and the place is packed. So I think that's a strong sign of things to come. Of course, we had consistent high-quality grooming in all of the areas that we groom. And this included grooming an additional path for walkers and bikers. We did that again this winter, and it was super welcomed. Of course, we were not able to groom the lakes as much as we were the prior year. And then we put a new mountain bike park, skills park in up near the top of Coach's Corner, for those who are familiar with the trails, and that was well received, and we're making a lot more improvements in that area in the coming year. Our challenges continue to be signage and wayfinding. I just have to say this is something we do in partnership with the park board, and it's a place where we have to improve because it's difficult to be a welcoming and inclusive place when you don't know where you are in the park. And we're just going to continue to collaborate on that. We've put in a lot of additional temporary signage. We still have a long way to go to make sure that the trails are marked appropriately, that people are welcomed appropriately with the signage. So we're going to continue to tackle that challenge. Parking, it's just always going to be a challenge, I think. But this year that I'm reporting on in particular, it was very challenging. We've made a few adjustments now, but we're still grappling with that. And then, we are, despite all the great progress that we're making, I think, and are making with community partners and others to assure that the trailhead is as diverse and as beloved by all communities, we still have a long way to go. Our activities that are the core of the DNA of the Lopet Foundation are still predominantly white activities. We still have barriers in terms of some of our cost of some of our programs, and so just owning that and saying that we're continuing to work to address that and assure that the foundation is as inclusive as possible. This is just a little graph of the ski pass sales. It's just always included in the report now, just so we can really appreciate how much this is, how much Nordic skiing has grown through the Lopet stewardship. And, again, it was just a 2% increase over 2021. This past winter, this past winter, 22-23, we're just slightly below that, probably almost even with 2021. And I think it's a really positive sign. I was quite worried we were going to see a big drop after COVID, but we kept that COVID momentum. And of course, this year was a high snow year, so people had lots of choices. And Battle Creek opened over in St. Paul, and so it lured some folks over there. But all boats rise. I mean, we're so excited that there's snowmaking now in the East Metro, and we're excited to support the sport and the activity wherever it lands. But it is something to really appreciate that we sold over 10,000 ski passes through the Lopet system. And that's annual ski passes. That's not counting daily. And I'll say that I was at the Three Rivers State of the Parks address a couple weeks ago, and we sold more annual season passes than they did. And that's kind of remarkable given their, the size of their system and the Lopet. So I was quite proud of that. We have thresholds that are outlined in this agreement, and for the third year in a row, we've met all the thresholds. We've far exceeded all the thresholds. They're all in your report. You can read through them. I pulled out just a few to highlight. I'm so proud of how many high schools use Theodore Wirth. So we sold over 1,600 high school season passes. 265 was the baseline. And you all know that if you ever come to ski in the afternoon at Wirth. We're continuing to increase usage of the tubing hill, which I just appreciate so much. It is beloved by the community, and we could serve far more people. I mean, we're limited by the number of tubes and capacity on the hill and the tow rope that breaks every 3 minutes. But we also have really put a push in, and I didn't include it on this slide. I probably should have. But snowboarding is really taking off, and I'll report on this my next time. But we feel really committed to expanding access to that. We have this learning hill. I mean, it's a learning hill for sure. And you can learn to ski or snowboard on it, but where else can you in the city? I mean, otherwise you got to go to Highland or Elm Creek. I just think it will take off when we promote it effectively. Melanin in Motion has been programming it with us, so Thursday nights are BIPOC girls snowboarding nights. We have lessons on the weekends, but I think we have a lot of room to improve and grow that program. We, of course, had lots of youth of color utilizing our mountain bike trails. This is an area where, in this fiscal year that I'm reporting on, we did not collect demographic data on our programs. We have since instituted that, so now we're going to have a much more in-depth knowledge of just our programs in general. This is very reflective of our adventures programming, which is non-fee-based and school-based. It's also just hard to collect data on the mountain bikers because they don't buy passes, and we have less of a connection to them, and particularly the youth. But again, the kids love it, and it's such an area of growth for the park. And super proud of the fact that 84% of users rated their experience as excellent out of, that is ski pass holders. So that's great. So I'm pretty proud of where we are with the thresholds. I think we now are ready to revisit those and create some new ones to actually reflect the work that's happening in the park. And we're working with Park Board staff to create a working plan for the next 2, 3, and 5 years. And part of that work will include setting new baselines, thinking of appropriate thresholds. And so looking forward to doing that work. This is just a little snapshot. This is not our operating budget at all. This is all activities related to the trailhead, which we're required to report through our operating agreement. And as you can see, this year, our total income was over what it was the previous fiscal year. The deficit that you're seeing reflected there is because of the $105,000 that we invested in the snowmaking. So that is technically a donation to you all because we will likely not rip up those pipes when we leave. But, so that created a deficit in the trailhead operations budgeting. Had we not made that investment in the park, we would have been probably about 13K in the, in the red. So we're happy about that. And we're moving in a positive direction. It took us a while as a smaller nonprofit to figure out how to operate the trailhead, really, and effectively monetize the operations and make it self-sustaining. And I think we are definitely moving in that direction. Of course, we do things beyond the scope of our agreement at Theodore Wirth, and so just wanted to touch on a few of those things. We have some really exciting partnerships in North Minneapolis. So as you all may or may not know, we own a building on the corner of Dowling and Humboldt, just across from Falwell Park. And so this year, we entered into a no-fee lease agreement with Camden Cycles, which is a woman-owned bike shop in North Minneapolis. They're now operating out of our facility, and it's been awesome. They have open shop nights, and it's such a boon to the community. And then attached to that building, it used to be a florist shop, and it had a greenhouse attached that was, it couldn't stand. It needed to be torn down. But we wanted to commit to that space as growing space because it's zoned as growing space. So we've entered into an agreement with Youth Farm, and they've actually just received a fairly large federal appropriation from Representative Omar's office. So we are going to be moving forward with constructing that greenhouse shortly here. And so our hope really is that this becomes a hub for biking, for a place for kids to come and learn about farming, and just to be a little bit of a light in that corner and build on what's happening at Falwell and another space for us to be programming. As I mentioned, our Adventures programming, which is our non-fee school-based programming, served over 1,000 youth. I know some of y'all have had kids in the program. It continues to be a game changer for many kids, especially our middle school programs, because we're with them all year round, 2 days a week. We grow a true attachment with those kids, and it's a joy to see them at the trailhead. We also supported the Northside Nordic Nation, so that was the high school ski team that was comprised of Edison, Patrick, Henry, and North, and they had a great first season, and then this past winter, a great second season, so we're really excited to support them. All the community events and partnerships I mentioned. And then Trail Kids, which is one of our signature fee-based programs, just continued to grow. And we continue to see wait lists for most of that programming. And so that's all been great. I'd like to talk just a little bit about kind of where we're going, so y'all can have a little visibility into that. We take very seriously our stewardship of the park. And so we, with natural resources and environmental stewardship, are entering into an umbrella agreement that I don't think is completely finalized yet, but this will allow us to work on a 5-year restoration plan, habitat restoration plan for the areas surrounding the trailhead. This is both because the construction of the trailhead really had an impact on the environment surrounding it. We want to ensure that we're doing everything that we can to save the oaks that are nearby, to, do some due diligence around buckthorn removal and all of the care of the land. And we instituted a new committee called the Lopen Environmental Action Program, and they've been super engaged in this work. We are also, as I mentioned before, strengthening our work with the park board in terms of doing some intentional work planning. And then we're continuing our investments into the park. As Deputy Superintendent mentioned, we are working on some new donation agreements. We'll have them before you soon, so I won't go too deeply into those. But we are continuing to work to bring alive things that are contemplated in the master plan and to make investments in the park. We received some significant funding from the state of Minnesota to start planning for programs for folks who are aging. So, there's that new complex coming in, Worth on the Woods, right there next to the park. We want to be prepared for when those folks are there and prepared to provide some quality programming and experiences. But we also really want to focus on our Northside elders, and we've had lots of folks come to us because the trailhead's accessible, we have space during the day, and so we've already started some programming for aging folks, and it's been very successful, so we're really committed to planning thoughtfully for how to do that moving forward. And then the work I'm probably the most proud of is that, we engaged with some consultants, ENT Consulting, who have worked with us for the past year to create a plan towards some very systemic equity work that we're doing as an organization. So we just completed 12 months of training sessions with our staff that has now culminated in a way in which we approach all of our policy procedures and practices, and we're institutionalizing a way to assure that any new programming that we implement, any existing program, or any internal operational programs are run through an equity lens. And this is a lot of work. I mean, we're literally looking at everything from every policy in the employee handbook to our registration systems to our, to the way we onboard. And so it's a giant overhaul of the organization, frankly, with an equity lens. And it's been a big lift, but it has been engaged with by the staff fully. And we are now 40% BIPOC. We're queer-led, obviously, super gay, but we are just continuing this commitment to equity, and I encourage you, when you're not super stimulated by one of these meetings, you could go look at our commitments page on our website and look at what we're doing. I think that it's potentially possible that it could be helpful or a model for other organizations moving forward. And then, of course, we're bringing the World Cup back to Minneapolis. Well, I mean, it never came, COVID. But now it's coming. Jessie Diggins was here with us last weekend. She's very excited. One thing that's super exciting about the World Cup at Worth this time around is it's going to be on President's Day weekend. So we'll have 2 races, a sprint and a distance. And then on Monday, which will be President's Day, we'll have a free community celebration. It's just going to be athletes there and others, and it'll just be a party for Worth. We really are emphasizing this time around that the special thing about this is that it's an international event being held in a public park. So we're really wanting to leverage our partnership through any visibility that we get, because quite honestly, the only reason in my mind to do something like this, because this is a big lift, and quite frankly, we have to work to keep it in alignment with our mission and vision. We really want to uplift the space that Worth holds. We want to uplift, and provide visibility into the work that we're doing in the park. And through a partnership with Share Winter, which is one of our largest funders, we are able to offer this event free to the public. So I'm pretty excited to invite folks into the park, and we expect, tens of thousands of people, but it should be fine. And then we're also working on assuring that this is a climate positive or potentially carbon negative event. So we've engaged some services with community partners and others, and we have a plan in place. And I think we'll probably be the first World Cup to be able to say that we achieved that. So hold me accountable to that. So like I said, it was a fairly successful year. It couldn't have been successful without your partnership and stewardship, and we are just really looking forward to continuing this incredible engagement, and we are just incredibly grateful to have this responsibility. So concludes my presentation to you on the year 20.
Any questions? I'm seeing, okay, Commissioner Thompson, I'm glad to see that.
Oh, I have no questions. That was wonderful. But I wanted to say something. Well, first of all, Jessie Diggins, world champion, pronounces it Loppet, so I'm just throwing that out there. I'm joking. But I want to highlight what Claire said. Thank you for all of your incredible work. There were so many things. I will just state one, being the commissioner that is there all the time, a longtime neighbor, just knowing that space really, really well and knowing the north side. The one thing that I wanted to super highlight was something that's not at Theo Worth, and that's the agreement that Claire and the Loppet made with Camden Cycles and Youth Farm. Like, if you understand that intersection, it has been, or a block away, it became very problematic in the events of 2020 and 21, and it has really been incredible to watch the community come around. I know the person who is a neighbor who runs Camden Cycles. She's so proud of that space. It truly is transforming that little corner of the neighborhood, and it just took a simple thing, and I appreciate it so much, but I wanted to highlight something that maybe, it goes beyond skiing, it goes beyond winter, and that's what the foundation is doing. So thank you so much for doing that for North Minneapolis. Also North High's prom, that was the thing.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Forney. I'm going to let Commissioner Alper go first. She had her light on before me.
Oh, okay. Commissioner Alper, sorry, didn't catch that.
No problem. Thank you. I wanted to say how much I appreciate the time and effort you put into this report. Really informative. I also want to share with my fellow colleagues here today my favorite moment from last winter when I came to Worth with my family to go skiing, and guess whose parking spot I took? Claire's. So I thought that was just too funny and too fitting that you brought up the challenge that you're facing, and with parking, and I can only imagine the parking challenge that you're going to have on President's Day 2024. So I hope that we can work on some sort of travel demand management approach here. And I know I just wanted to share with you, there was a very interesting episode of Terry Gross, Fresh Air with Terry Gross today, or maybe it was yesterday, but really recent. It was all about parking. And she interviewed an author, and the author said, basically, there are 3 things people want with parking. They want it to be free, available, and convenient. And that there's no way you can have all of those. There's no way. It doesn't exist. And so I think that's what we're facing here at Worth, this challenge that we have free parking, which is not available, but very convenient. So I think I'm looking forward to next year and hopefully working on some pathways forward in that respect. Thank you.
Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Forney. It's great to see you again, Claire. Thanks for joining us this evening. Excited to see so many of the things that the LOPIT had promised us when we initially entered our agreement really coming to fruition. It's been a long road for you, I'm sure, but it's exciting to see that you're in a place where you're able to break even on the work that you're doing out of the trailhead especially. So thank you for your commitment to making that happen and all the work that you're doing to support not only the mission of your organization, but the people that live around this park and everyone in the city that comes here to play, including many of my constituents from the south side. I'm also really thrilled to see that you're talking about snowboarding being a key component of what's happening there. When I lived on the north side, my son and his friends all learned to snowboard there, and then when the hill went away, they were very sad. So to have it back up and running and to see that you're starting to push that programming again is very exciting to me. As everyone in this room, and probably whoever has decided to listen to us on TV, knows, I'm a big snowboarder. I love the sport. I'm thrilled to see that we're trying to expand the user base and get more people excited about getting out there on a board and shredding the rad. So thank you for all that work. Those are all my comments.
Yes, kudos. It's been fun to watch the evolution of that whole area. It's really exciting. So thank you, Claire, for being at the helm there. Can you tell me a little bit more about your carbon neutral and how that's showing up? That would be appreciated.
Absolutely, President Forney. So it's on 2 different levels. One is just as an organization, we're working towards it. And we'll talk a little bit about that when we come back shortly here to talk about solar, because we are exploring a solar array on the trailhead and on our Dowling space. But we are working on looking systematically across each of the areas of our organizing committee, the group that's putting on the World Cup in this instance. And we have a plan that's being developed by a couple of advisors, legal advisors and community partners, looking at how we can make the event sustainable, looking at the consumption in each of the different areas and then trying to offset that consumption. So either it'll be through actions, right? It'll either, and we're talking about beyond waste reduction. We're talking about the fuel that it takes to run the generators for the wax cabins and the piston bully grooming that's going to have to happen and the travel that's going to happen by all the international athletes to come here. I mean, so it has a very broad carbon footprint. So we're looking at how to leverage community partners. We're going to be looking at other opportunities potentially to purchase carbon offsets, depending on, how that looks for our organization. So right now, the plan is just being put into place, but it's going to impact each area of the organizing body.
Awesome. That's exactly what I was looking for, is, how you're offsetting your carbon footprint. And so kudos to you to explore that. I really appreciate it. So not seeing any other lights, thank you for being here.
Thank you,
Good
President
to see you
Forney.
again.
Good to see you again. Just saw President Forney at the trailhead.
Yes, I was at Mill Valley. Oh,
Thanks,
that's an
y'all. It's a
advertisement,
true
sorry.
joy.
Okay, moving on then to our next update, and that is our racial equity study item series 2023, and I believe Carrie is here to present about Parks for All.
All right, good evening. Thanks for the invitation to present tonight regarding Parks for All, our comprehensive plan, and how racial equity informed the plan. As you may know, I was the project manager for this plan, and it was a real honor to work on it for almost 3 years through the pandemic and uprisings and all that we learned in our park system and the value of our park system. It was, a challenging time, but also such an important policy moment for our agency. And I continue to be so grateful to all the people that worked on the plan. In the spirit of equity and in the spirit of how this plan was created, it was a truly participatory effort. I often say that the plan was written by probably 150 authors, with thousands and thousands of other people giving input, and those 150 authors paying very close attention to those thousands of other people. And so in the spirit of that, I thought I'd just bring up a video quickly to sort of refresh what the comprehensive plan is all about, and for anyone tuning in that might want just a quick synopsis. And then I'm going to highlight quickly how racial equity shows up in the comprehensive plan, and really through a systems approach. So it shows up in so many different ways, from the way the plan was created, to the values, to the goals, to the strategies, to shared language and definitions that we continue to use today across the agency. So this video was created by our youth design team and speaks for itself.
Parks for All by the youth design team.
We live in a busy city with a lot of buildings, traffic, and fast-paced living. Our parks offer the opportunity to be in nature, play sports, and enjoy programs with our families and friends in almost every neighborhood.
These beautiful natural spaces mean so much to our communities, and it's up to us to make sure that they are open and welcoming places that serve us all.
The Minneapolis parks are located on traditional, ancestral, and contemporary Dakota land. They are the original stewards of the land we walk on, play on, and enjoy. They were removed from the land through violence and have fought since then to be acknowledged and respected. We can listen, learn, and act to honor them and their land now and in the future.
Part of making sure our parks are parks for all is having ways to ask our communities what they envision and need now and into the future.
Parks for All is MPRB's comprehensive planning process that is working to envision the priorities and goals for our park system and staff for the next decade.
Talking to the community, we are hearing what people want to see in their parks.
Innovation, geocaching program, recreation, concern, recreation, more basketball
swings, basketball, no trash courts in the lake.
I wish my parks had more recycling.
My park needs yoga outside.
Park policies and plans also help us build on what we learn from communities to guide the park board into the future. We see the process like the growth of a tree. Community engagement and MPRB plans and policies will create the foundation and feed the plan as it grows.
Parks for All was adopted in fall 2021 and will guide the future of our parks through 2036. It sets a new mission that defines the core functions of the park board, focusing more on equity and wildlife.
The new plan also includes a new set of values to guide how commissioners, staff, and volunteers do their work.
All goals and strategies are based on a set of features we're planning for. Some features are considered assets and some are or will be challenges.
9 goals will direct future development, operations, and maintenance of the Minneapolis Park and Recreation System through 2036. Goals state what we plan to accomplish in the next decade. They connect to the futures we're planning for and are guided by our values. In the next 15 years, we envision a park system that navigates a balance of equity, ecology, and recreation in new ways through a focus on the following goals.
Multiple strategies provide guidance on how to accomplish each goal. Every 4 years, the 9 newly elected park commissioners will select a set of strategies to prioritize during their term.
Progress on strategies and goals will be measured and reported each year. This is how the park board and the community we serve can track how we are doing and make sure we are accountable to the vision we are committed to through 2036.
To dig deeper into the plan and learn more about the vision for our amazing park system in Minneapolis, visit www.minneapolisparks.org/parksforall. Thousands of people, including staff, community, elected officials, and agency partners, helped inform the vision. We hope that everyone sees themselves in the plan, will work with us to bring it to life. Thank you.
The youth design team would like to thank all the people who helped make this film possible.
So good. So happy. All right, so digging into the plan itself, just I'll highlight quickly a few notes. And as noted in the video, and I think as the video illustrates really nicely, is that there was multiple checkpoints along the way. There's a lot of different perspectives that informed the plan. And again, with this participatory policymaking process, we focused on having lots and lots of different authors identify strategies they wanted to have our park system focus on in the next 15 years. And then out of that, we set goals based on the patterns we were seeing in those strategies. And then out of the 9 new goals, we actually even revised the mission of the park board, as you can see on the wall behind me. And that's a really significant thing, that we actually have strengthened the way that equity shows up in the park board mission, and not even just mentioning it, but actively dismantling inequities or historic inequities is in the core of our work for the next 15 years. So here's the pages of the comprehensive plan, and I'll just highlight a few moments along the way. There's things like in the current context in the first chapter, we really, in some of that context, grapple with some of the historic inequities through frames like our statement on gentrification and displacement, and there's actually some language sort of unpacking the complexities of a park system, grappling with both these historic issues, contemporary issues, and likely things that we will be grappling with for generations to come. Then we move into the futures. So, this is a future-facing plan, so really understanding what are the core futures that we should be focusing on as we move into planning for our parks. And one of the futures that was named that we really celebrate throughout the plan is that we will be living in a more diverse city, and specifically having to do with racial and ethnic diversity. So there's statistics and sort of a short white paper here outlining the projections in terms of population for the region and the city related to that. So rolling through these other futures, we get to the mission, which again, I've already mentioned, but in that second clause of the mission, the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board dismantles historic inequities in the provision of park and recreation opportunities, is new language for us. And then we roll into the values, and the values are really the how we work. And equity is actually named as one of the values. So again, if we think about a systems change kind of mentality where you're approaching the topic of equity from multiple vantage points, it shows up in the mission, it shows up in the values, it shows up in our futures. And then we roll into the goals, and we actually have a goal focused on the idea of belonging and equity and fostering belonging and equity. The goals is, our big picture, our big 9 priorities for the next 15 years. And then each of those goals is broken down into a series of strategies, which many of you really dove into in the priority strategy setting process. It was referenced in the video. And I'll quickly just highlight a couple of strategies in these various goals that actually drill down into what is the direction for us in our work around equity. So number 9 here, continue to evolve and practice creative community engagement processes to be more inclusive and representative of diverse populations, recognize community members for their wisdom, insight, and feedback. So this one really gets down into community engagement and making sure we're inclusive in our processes and representing diverse populations in that. Number 22 specifically calls out racial equity and strengthening it as a funding approach across the agency. So think like some of the equity metrics that are applied to CIPs and setting our CIP. Goal 2, I'm just going to keep rolling through. There are sort of equitable strategies throughout. I'm just going to highlight a couple more because I know trying to keep the momentum up. Goal 5, which is to expand the focus on health equity. Strategy number 8 is to provide culturally specific options for health and wellness, considering language, culture, race, age, ability, and gender identity. So not just racial equity, but a wide array of diverse users of our park system, but specifically honing in on the idea of culturally specific options. In goal number 6, with strengthening ecological connections, here's a very sort of different side of our work that has more to do with our tree canopy preservation and enhancement program, and how do we infuse equity into that? That's something I know this board's been working on updating. Goal 7, to connect through communications and technology. Strategy number 2, to create platforms and disseminate guidelines and stories that amplify the expectation that all communities are welcome and responsible for our parks. So that could hit on volunteerism, it can hit on really who's showing up and how we manage our parks, and how do we create equitable sort of management of park space. Here, number 10 focuses on multilingual and new immigrant communities. And how do we improve access to parks through outreach, interpretation, wayfinding, and digital technology? Goal 8, which is focused on cultivating a thriving workforce. So number 3, recruit a diversity of staff across all departments and at all levels of leadership that represent the rich racial, cultural, and economic diversity of the city. And I know this is one that's used a lot when we think about hiring processes. Here's one that has to do with training, number 11. And there's several topics around what we are calling for all of us to be trained on, whether it's leadership, elected staff. How do we make sure that we're really working with the best, latest practices? 13, develop a culture of gender, cultural, racial, generational, and linguistic inclusion in a customer service approach across the agency. So this is visitor services related and beyond for all departments, knowing that we're really there's a lot of boots on the ground and interface with public. That's a huge part of the way we work. And then finally, goal 9. This has to do with even the way that we think about entrepreneurial approaches and concessions. How do we infuse an equity approach into that, sort of pushing us to think both entrepreneurially and through an equity lens. So that's it in terms of just a few highlights of strategies. And then I'll scroll through chapter 3 just to point out some resources that I think, as folks are working, part of our comprehensive plan has been to develop shared language, a shared agenda for the future of our park system. And there's resources in the back that, there's a glossary of terms. So if you're like, how do we define racial equity at the park board? There's actually a definition for you in the back in our glossary of terms. So I just recommend, taking time and always kind of using this as a reference document as you're developing your own communications. We certainly use this on a regular basis as staff and operationalizing it, keeping it alive on a daily basis, and I truly believe that it's infusing in some really meaningful ways into our work. So I thank you for your time and happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Forney. You mentioned trying to incorporate equity into all the work we do here at the Park Board. And I know when I was first onboarded as a commissioner, we went through a racial equity toolkit training, and we were part of an elected officials cohort. There was also staff cohorts that met regularly to work on identifying ways to advance this work. And at that time, my understanding was additional staff would be trained in via a similar process to expand those cohorts across the entire organization. Where are we at in getting all staff trained in that manner and involved in a racial equity cohort?
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. So I'm both an internal influencer, which is part of our programs, what we call ourselves, and was part of the GARE, the Government Alliance for Race and Equity cohort. And so I've been part of these various programs, but I just want to see if either Secretary or Director Arvidsson would want to speak to sort of how we're regularly building the internal influencer program and continuing that work in I think some really amazing ways.
Deputy Superintendent Ringgold, would you like to take that, or should we take?
I can take that.
You go
Thank
first.
you, President
Yep.
Forney. Thank you, Commissioner Musich. So we did build the internal influencer program up to 140 employees. We've had a little attrition through COVID, and we, through COVID, had started working on what a new charter would be for that group. And now are in the process of just starting that charter. COVID actually kind of caused a little bit of disruption in a few different areas. We're doing a new charter with that group to get them re-engaged, so our focus has been quite a bit on that, 140 some employees, and then providing trainings across the organization to capture more individuals into it. Some of the foundation training that we gave individuals initially in those two cohorts is no longer available to us. So we're rethinking how to give similar trainings or comparable trainings moving forward to the organization. So that's where it stands right now. We're getting ready to reboot our overall Racial Equity 101. Hopefully we'll have a new employee in that position quite soon, so we're looking forward to that. And President Forney or Commissioner Mentz or Commissioner Olson might be able to give you more insights in terms of what we're thinking about for commissioners.
Okay, thank you. So are we anticipating, I know we have a training person in-house. Are we anticipating that our internal training person is going to be developing these trainings that we're going to be giving to our staff to ensure there's consistency across the organization?
President Forney, Commissioner Musich, the Racial Equity 101 that we give to staff across the organization had been fully developed as an organization. So we're in the process of getting the right staff in place to be able to start providing that training. It's the internal influencer component, which was an intensive training for staff, that the resources we had, not dollar resources, but the actual people who were providing those trainings are no longer available to us. So we're having to rethink those internal influencer, but the actual kind of baseline racial equity training that we have for the organization, that curriculum exists. We just have to get the right staff. We're going to be hiring a new racial equity partner to be able to start delivering that training. Our trainer delivers a very small amount. They're more of a coordinator. They deliver a very small amount of training themselves. Their job is to do more of the coordination of training across the organization, make sure we have a learning management system where we can track the training in place, and bring in the expert resources where we need them. They are not, in and of themselves, able to provide the breadth of training we need for all aspects, from safety to racial equity to gender inclusion across the organization. They have to bring in resources to help with that.
Okay, thank you for that additional information. How am I doing on time? Oh, I got a minute and a half left. I was also wondering, so we have this great document that communicates out to the public. Here's what our goals are, here's what our values are, here's how we do our work. Internally, do we have an employee handbook that helps our employees understand how all of these ideas that we put out in the world are applicable to the way that they do their work internally?
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. President Forney, we absolutely, there's a number of different ways and procedures and tools that are constantly bringing the comprehensive plan and the strategies specifically into the work that staff is doing. So we actually are in the process of updating forms. So it's not so much an employee manual as I would say that the comprehensive plan itself, the intended audience is absolutely the public, but it's also elected officials as well as park board staff. Even agency partners are all named as core audiences for this plan. And it was really written with the intention of being a guiding document for all of us, and everyone was involved in shaping it as well. But a few examples of things that, in terms of how we're operationalizing the strategies, for example, like we're updating the travel and training request right now to make sure that there's a priority strategy that aligns with the travel and training funding allocation. When we apply for a grant approval, there's actually a process for, indicating which strategy in the comprehensive plan that funding request aligns with. So it's sort of baked into processes and procedures almost on a daily basis, similar to when when we write a board action, there's always, we're always grounding it in strategies and goals in the comprehensive plan. So it's sort of built into these procedures and practices rather than a standalone manual, I would say.
Okay, so does the park board not have an employee handbook?
President Forney, Commissioner Musich, we have what I would say PB Intra, which is our internal intranet that provides all of the policies and procedures that we have within the organization. So that starts to function as kind of almost a living, breathing handbook. The one piece I'll also add to what Carrie has shared is there is an introductory comp plan training that's mandatory for all employees as they reach into the organization or start their work in the organization. So that's part of kind of the foundation setting around the comp plan.
Okay, thank you.
And just to acknowledge what Deputy Superintendent Ringel indicated is that Commissioner Menz and Commissioner Olson and myself have been working on how we, as commissioners, can also be a part of this racial equity training. And so we will be, in this year, hopefully moving forward with that. And we will be contacting you, how that's going to be shaping up. Do you want to say anything? I thought he did. Commissioner Menz.
Yeah, I think that it's going to look a little different for us, and Secretary Ringgold and the group is really exploring how we can examine how we function as a group, and then also lead to sort of make sure that we're growing in our own understanding of racial equity, and also pushing and leading from here, that if we're willing to grow and change our perceptions and examine how we show up to the world and to our jobs and to life from a racial equity lens, then I think that we can expect our employees and our staff to do that as well. And there's already so much leadership that's been done on this. But we had a really good meeting last week, which I think that we're on the right track. So
Right.
if you have questions, please reach out to me individually or any of the other two.
Right, so it's in decision-making. We hopefully, we'll be reaching out to you all and engaging you in that. So anything else you want to add? Okay, all right. I think that I'm not seeing any more. That concludes then that report. And so I am going to recess, and as I indicated, if those resolutions move out of committee, then they will be brought back to the full board. So we'll go over to recreation.
I'll call the Recreation Committee to order at 6:41. Secretary, we call the roll.
Commissioner Thompson.
Here.
Commissioner Olson.
Here.
Commissioner Alper.
Here.
Vice Chair Smith.
Here.
Chair Menz.
Here.
You have a quorum.
It does not look like we have any minutes, but we do have a really exciting study report item. So that is our order of business, and I will turn it over to Interim Assistant Superintendent Kalb. Oh, we have to approve the agenda.
I move the agenda.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
We will move on to the study report item with Interim Assistant Superintendent Mimi Kalb.
Thank you, Chairmen and Commissioners. I'm here with my colleagues, Paul Rosen and Lyndon Wiswierda, and we are going to give you an update on the free youth programming and recreation. As we all know, the fees were eliminated for youth programs 17 and under at 23 park sites across the city based on areas of concentrated poverty. This began summer of 2022. It also includes 3 Rec Plus childcare sites that are fee optional. Those are Harrison, Matthews, and Weber. The fee optional program, which is at all of the rec centers and Rec Plus, is modeled after what the Minneapolis Public Schools are doing. We're going to jump back and forth a little bit.
Good evening. You may remember this slide from last fall when we presented the first update to the free youth programming sites. But just as a reminder, the areas of concentrated poverty is measured using census data for the city of Minneapolis neighborhoods. And it does change. It's a population level measure, so it can fluctuate each year, but the board during the budget process elected to keep the free sites that were in 2021, keep them in 2022, even if they were no longer within those areas of concentrated poverty where more than 50% of the community are people of color. So for the moment, we just continue with the exact same list, but we wanted to make sure you saw this as a reminder of how these sites were selected. This is, again, a chart we showed you back in the fall. This is just our Rec Plus sites that Assistant Superintendent Kalb mentioned, Harrison, Matthews, and Weber. So this is just showing you, at the moment, the spring enrollment numbers for those 3 Rec Plus sites. I think the big takeaway here is that the pattern is almost identical to what it was in the fall, which makes sense since many of our participants are enrolling for the entire school year. But the bottom line here is roughly almost exactly half of our participants are paying full price across those 3 sites, but it is not the same at each of the 3 sites. So Matthews is taking in more revenue overall at the moment and balancing out the other 2 sites. So roughly together, we're, like I said, 50%, but it is not the same by each of those three.
Good evening. I'm going to take a look at the financials on this slide. So we're trying to compare time periods and kind of minimize COVID impacts. So if you look at June through December, you can see at these Rec Plus sites, revenue was down from 2019 to 2022. If we look at January to March, now in 2023, the COVID impacts are really minimal or gone. And you can see revenue is almost back to 2019 levels over those 3 months. So as far as revenue to Rec Plus, the free programming has not had a big impact.
Shifting back to the larger free youth programming sites, this is a new display, and please bear with me, it's a work in progress. Turns out it's, and I probably said this in the fall, it's difficult to track in our financial system the number of people who do not pay because there's no record in the financial transaction module of our software. So this is an attempt to create that using some creative measurements. It's good data, but it's been very difficult to get you a working analysis of our free youth programming sites. So I think really what we want to just emphasize at the moment is each site is really operating a little bit differently, but in this large list of our free sites, I believe there's 18 on here, more than 95% of people are electing to pay $0 for the programs they're participating in. And a number of people are participating in more than one program, which particularly for the free participants. If people are choosing to pay, they're essentially participating in roughly one program per person. If they're electing to participate only in free programs or on a free basis, they're averaging more than 2.5 participations per person. So this is really interesting data, and we're learning quite a bit. I think there's still a lot to uncover here, and some more work needs to be done, particularly in the area of people signing up versus people attending, which has also been something very difficult to track. But those two numbers are turning out to be very far apart in some of our sites. So we have a lot of interest, and it's not always materializing in attendance at the same level. And we'll go more into that when we get into the staff feedback. The rest of this, I'm just going to leave this up there for a minute to look at and pass it back to Mimi.
So I'm going to talk about staff feedback. We polled the staff at the 23 sites of areas of concentrated poverty and just asked them how's it going and what any challenges are. And there's good things and challenges, like with everything new that we try. Overall, the programming's going good. People appreciate the option and the process. It did eliminate awkward questions regarding income with our other scholarship process. More youth are participating. People aren't scared away by pricing. It is requiring a lot more administrative work because we're putting in options to pay. Every single program you have to hand put in like 5 different options, 75%, 50%, etc. And so it is a little bit of work for areas that have a lot of programs going on. It's better to collect some sort of fee online. When they come in person, it doesn't seem like it goes as well. Staff does talk about it, that it's pay as you will, but it doesn't appear to be as effective. There's a lot of issues with no-shows and commitment for the programs. People are rarely choosing to pay. Getting registrations from people that don't live in the neighborhood and they're filling up the programs. People are traveling across the city to attend free programs, which impacts participation for the local community. And we're working on, we need to find a solution for registering and not attending the program. Again, these were directly from staff, and there was a lot of similar comments, repetitive comments. This is a summary of them. An example of the no-show is this slide at Phillips Pool. And as you can see in 2023, it really jumped how many people who register aren't showing up. And these are swimming lessons, so it's concerning and frustrating for staff. They've tried different methods of, contacting people ahead, trying to make sure they're coming and things like that. So, there's a team of people involved in this youth-free programming that are working to put our heads together to try to figure out a solution for this challenge.
Now we are going to take a look at what the free programming has done to revenue at these sites. So if you look at 2019, that was a busy year at the rec centers, one of the highest revenue years for programs. So there was in the total at the bottom there, $367,000 of revenue. 2021, and this is covering March to December. So we're again trying to eliminate some of the COVID impacts, and also the free programming started in March or April of 22. 2021 was significantly lower due to COVID. And then 2022, you would expect things to come back, but they did not. And also the free programming, you have even lower revenue. All right, here's another time period, January to April. And you can see 2019 is higher. 2022 is closer, and 2023 has fallen even further. So the shift in loss of revenue was expected, and it was...
I have a point of information.
Still recognized, sorry.
Thank you, Chairmans. Could you clarify for us, are the parentheses negative or positive numbers?
That's from our financial system. They're positive numbers. It's just the revenue.
Okay, so it's a positive revenue number.
Total revenue.
Yes.
Commissioner Alper.
I'm sorry, a positive total revenue number, so it's taking into consideration the expense item?
No, it's just revenue.
Okay.
Just the amount collected.
Very, very good. Thank you for that clarification.
Commissioner Alper. Okay.
All right, so this was expected, and in the 2022 budget, $600,000 was shifted out of fees and into donations. And the plan was to try to collect contributions and donations to replace the fees of $600,000. So in Rec Plus, revenue has been stable and there's no change required. But for the free youth programming, we have not collected donations. And so we are looking for input in the 2024 budget, because it does cause a problem. It was a problem in 2022, it will be a problem in 2023, and there should be some correction in 2024. So we could continue to try to collect donations, but that does not seem to be successful. You could consider raising adult fees to try to help offset some of the free youth programming. Move a portion of the $600,000 or all of it into property tax, and any other kind of ideas we would like to hear.
I can't remember, I can't see who was first. So go ahead, Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you so much, Chairman. I have so many thoughts, and it seems like, unfortunately, that this is trending in a direction that maybe isn't helpful for us. The no-shows, they're concerning. I'm wondering what my colleagues think and what you guys would think about the idea of, since we do so many things online and there's an effort, I know potentially conversations that are not in this space have occurred of trying to streamline registrations, that we could bring back a fee system with sort of a structure to be able to then get it for free. So in a sense, this whole thing still exists, but there's a little bit of a barrier to help motivate showing up, if what I'm describing makes sense. It's actually kind of the old model back when I was working in recreation, but instead of, a teenage lifeguard taking the application, it would all be done with respect privately online. I'm curious what my colleagues would think about that, or just, yeah.
Commissioner Alper.
Thanks. I'm so glad you did this presentation tonight. I particularly I have a couple comments and then maybe a couple questions. But so my kids took swim lessons at Phillips Aquatic Center this past year, and I personally witnessed the no-show issue. It was super exciting, though, also to have fee-free swim lessons. I think that totally fits within our goals and mission as an organization. But that said, one of you mentioned that people are not donating when they are signing up. But I want to tell you, I personally did not see any donation option when I signed my kids up for swim lessons. It was zero. The cost was zero. I did not see there was no opportunity to donate. So that really worries me, what I'm hearing from you. So that's one thing I just wanted to make sure I mention. Another, so I'm curious about the data around Phillips Aquatic Center in particular. I would like to use some behavioral economics, like what are the best practices in offering fee-free programming and how it's done, how donations are solicited. We're definitely not the only place examining, pursuing this idea. St. Paul's doing it. I'm sure there are cities around the country. And, maybe there's a way you collect some sort of payment at first, and then I don't know. I'm not a behavioral economist, and then you give it back to them when they show up, or maybe it's radical reform to our scholarship process, so that we're not offering it to everybody, but we are lowering barriers to granting scholarships, which the scholarship process is still, you have to provide ample documentation regarding your income. It's pretty personal information. You have to go in person to sign up. None of this has changed. So I would like to see some reform in that regard. The other place I noticed this from personal experience, again, I'm curious about Kronig Nature Center. Did that happen with summer camps too? Because again, I had my kids, it completely filled up, completely full. And then 2 days before camp starts, I get a call saying, because I put my kids on the wait list, because it seemed cool, like creepy crawly bugs camp. Who wouldn't want to do that? And I get a call and they say, there's a spot for you. And I said, well, sorry, I figured things out. I had to figure out an option. So, it's, yeah. Anyway, was that on the list too? You didn't have a slide on Phillips, on Kronig, but
Yes.
Same deal?
Chairman's Commissioner Alper, they had the same challenges at Kronig with people either traveling from, other areas of the city or signing up and then not showing up, so. And then to address or respond to the donation, there's 2 different areas in the software. When you sign up for the actual class, it should show if you pay as you will. There were options to pay as you will. And then there's a different area in the software that asks for people to donate. So we are talking about and analyzing how we can make that donation piece more prevalent at the point of registration and not just within the information about the program.
Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, Chairmans. Thank you for the presentation. This feels like a radical departure from the preview update we got during last year's budget season. And at that time, I was feeling very positive about this program. With this update, I feel like many of the concerns that I raised when my colleagues threw this into our budget at the very last moment, on the day we adopted it, have come to fruition, which is the unintended negative consequence of displacing people that really probably can't afford to travel to other parts of the city to get the same sort of services that they were already receiving in their neighborhood when we had really low cost programs and scholarship opportunities, are now probably not getting to participate. And that to me feels like a big miss with what we were trying to accomplish with this work. I understand there are people with need everywhere in the city, and that's clear by them coming to us and saying, hey, I really need this free program. But to displace everyone that would have participated otherwise doesn't feel good to me. I also was very suspect that we would find $600,000 of donations anywhere, and to hear that essentially we got none is surprising to me, but also what I was worried about when my colleagues noted that that's how we were going to fund this. It was some pretty intense magical thinking that didn't pay out. So yeah, I'm not sure what to tell you. I can't see us raising property taxes by the degree we would need to accomplish this with all of the other pressures that we're having within the system. I would agree with my colleague from District 3 that looking at revamping the scholarship program to make it less uncomfortable and less cumbersome for both our staff and people that are in need of it may be a better option than continuing to perpetuate a system that is having negative impacts, both through no-shows of registered participants and also displacement of neighborhood residents from being able to participate in programs at their rec centers. Thank you.
Commissioner Olson.
Yeah, perhaps I missed it. So no-shows are obviously up, but is overall participation up?
Chairman, Commissioner Olson. I have a really difficult time answering that because our baseline from the pandemic is kind of non-existent. So when I've looked overall, it does appear that these sites are accounting for about 15% of our total enrollment, which is roughly consistent with last year, but it's significantly up from last year as well. So as a baseline comparison, it's kind of not working. And going back to the 2019 data really showed us a totally different set of programs and things. So as much as I would like to answer that very straightforward question, it's been kind of challenging to do so with confidence. So the wait lists, though, are consistently fuller than they were historically, and longer, I should say. So that I think gives you a little insight to how it's working at the moment.
Okay. Yeah, some ideas to discourage no-shows, yeah, I think the idea of perhaps doing a deposit and you get it back if people show up or participate could be an option, or we take credit card information or payment information and we say there's a charge if you don't show up to X amount of things, could be a way of doing things, so that way it's still free up front, but then people kind of are like, oh, there's an extra incentive to go. Could be an idea. One way to avoid people from other parts of the city going in and signing up and taking up spots would be to do this universally. That is a way of doing it. Because we're doing it in places that do have concentrated poverty, perhaps that is why the donations aren't coming in. And if we make it prevalent and obvious that people can donate, if we do it in places that aren't in concentrated poverty, the whole system, perhaps we will see more donations. And again, I would still, maybe in that case, encourage it to be an option that it can be above 100% or whatever. Another option I think could be make the default the fee, but people can easily select free, and so maybe people default and they pay, and that's just the option. I don't know right now if we default to free and then you have to select donation. Just kind of switching that up could be a behavior where people are like, oh, well, I guess I don't need free. Something like that maybe. Or I don't know if we already do that. I'm seeing something. But whatever the default, change the default to pay, make free just as easy, just a click away, but that could change things. But I think there is still merit here. I think there's still a reason why we did this in the first place, and I don't think it's something that we should abandon because we're seeing revenue decrease. That's kind of to be expected when you're offering free programming. As far as what to do, how to get $600,000 to fund this, I personally, I would be interested, I would be perhaps willing to look at cuts in other parts of the budget to make up for it, because I think that this is a demographic that we need to be engaging. This is what our city needs. Also, we may just want to wait a couple weeks to see how these budgets at the state level pan out. If the House version of tax bill goes through, basically the park board is looking at an extra $1 million per year going on. And so we could just say, hey, that new LGA funding is going here. So, I think it's worth perhaps another year, maybe more, the rest of our terms perhaps, to continue to analyze this.
Commissioner Benny.
Thank you, Chair Menz. I'm not on this committee, but I'd like to weigh in a little bit. I have a question for Associate Superintendent Kalb. Assistant Superintendent? I'm sorry.
Is there still an interim?
Interim.
Whatever you want to call me.
Do we have a sense of how competitive our fees are for these activities just generally? I think compared to other cities, of course, that would be maybe St. Paul or outside of Minnesota, because I'm thinking of big cities, or even in the region. Like, I don't know, like swimming lessons. Do we have a sense of the amount we charge versus, I don't know, Golden Valley? I have no idea if they have swimming lessons, but.
Chairman, Commissioner Benny, I don't think we've done benchmarks real recent, but we have before, and I think with municipalities, we're pretty close with private places like the Foss and other, we're way different. But we can definitely do a new benchmark search and just see where we land right now. I'm not familiar that we've done one recently, but we have before.
I mean, I won't, give that direction necessarily, but I think that it's a good thing to understand. And I do have the sense, I've had people say to me that they think, that our programs are, there's a pretty good value there. They're not, the cost of entry isn't that high. Now, that being said, of course, we would want, participation and all of that, but maybe, so a couple of things come to mind. I think maybe the scholarship path is a good one, because it will be broader in the city. And then also, I don't know if I like the idea of a deposit and all of that, because I think that it's administratively more burdensome. I think there would be tension there to get the deposit back. missed one, what's the rule? Okay, you missed two. So I think the scholarship, because that also applies, I think it's applied to seniors as well, is something that's already a mechanism that's in place. And also understanding if our pricing is already kind of low, and keeping it low is good.
Vice President Smith.
Thank you. I think I appreciate the presentation. That's first and foremost. Thanks for doing the work to get us here to see it, and I agree with Commissioner Olson, like we are still early on in the process, and it's a much needed option that we need to offer. In particular, we're talking about areas of concentrated poverty. There are other really life-changing things happening in these communities, and so that's something we want to consider when families don't show the amount of sheer violence and crime that's happening in these areas. How many of the families are now questioning if they feel safe either sending their children, maybe they had to go with an older sibling or whomever to walk them there. So I think there are a bunch of variables that go into it. I think that certainly we can do our efforts to continue to look into the data and then connect with the families at why they're not showing up. And then maybe it's, hey, you've missed 2 weeks, the park director hasn't heard from you, or the person running the program, we're gonna bump you, we'll put you on the bottom of the wait list and move someone over who is committed to coming. There is a process for doing that that isn't more administratively heavy. There may be a system already that you guys utilize to do that process. But I do think it's really early to sort of run away from this space, because I know that there are many families that could benefit, that are benefiting, and that more would like to. And certainly with anything that you give out free, you'll have folks taking advantage of it that may not need it just because you presented the option, which is funny because I have to pay all of my kids' fees, and we're in flag football, and he's going to play his friends for 6 games and then play North Commons for 2. So I know that there is a challenge, and then the question begins, how are we recruiting coaches or volunteers or our staff? How are they truly engaging in community to make young people want to come? There's a lot of mischief, and just it's easy to sit in your home and maybe play your game or do whatever in your front yard now, where young people feel safe and families feel like they have a controlled environment. The parks are not exempt from violence. There's no place that young people go right now that is sacred, that says that you are going to be safe. There's literally not one space potentially outside of their parents' arms or hands. Like, they can't go to school, they can't go to the mall, can't go to a park, you can't go to a theme park. Where the heck are young people supposed to go? So if we don't do our fair share and be intentional, I think as a staff, as an organization, then I think that we throw away good opportunities to really support the community and those who can benefit from it.
Commissioner Alper for a second time.
Thank you for recognizing me for the second time. First of all, I would just say, please strike the deposit idea. Like, again, not a behavioral economist. I just think, first of all, I wanted to be clear and say I think it's really important for us to keep this program going, and I think we need to do it better, because I don't feel like we've done it to the best of our abilities so far, as evidenced by the data that's out there. In question to your comments, I think we should make cuts in other areas. Thanks.
Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you for recognizing me a second time. I agree with pretty much everything that's being said in the complexity of the commentary and the questions. I don't know if now is the time to, totally change ship or whatever course, whatever. But I would highly caution all of us up here to encourage staff at an extra administrative level in terms of like calling families or reaching out. As a public school teacher in the city of Minneapolis and as a coach, long time both, the amount of work, extra work that we would be asking people, I mean, there's like truancy laws and you still can't get kids to necessarily show up. And I don't want to get into all of that, but I just want to say that if that's not a barrier, I don't know that we are going to solve that in the administrative level of phone calls. I just would really caution taking up resources to try to solve that part of the puzzle. I'm not saying that we can't keep it a free thing for the children of the city. I just think we should come at it from maybe a different scope, like some of the different ideas that were up here. That's all I wanted to say. It's like administratively almost an impossible task. Thank you.
Commissioner Olson.
Yeah, so just commenting on revenue. So you do mention considering raising adult fees to increase revenue. How much do we make from adult fees annually? Does anyone have that off the top of their head?
Chairman's Commissioner Olson. Adult sports is about 900,000, and then rec center fees, programs, I can't give you an answer for that.
Okay, so we'd have to increase pretty significantly, like more than 50% or something like that.
Yeah, and they are benchmarked and competitive with other cities at the moment.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I would, if it was something like, even like 10, 15%, 20 maybe, I would suggest that, but maybe we could do a little bit to help, but, so as far as, again, addressing no-shows, I'm kind of hearing no deposit. I kind of get that. Although I kind of still think maybe take information if people don't make it, you do a charge. I don't know. But one thing, airlines do it. They overbook. Perhaps if we can get to a point where we can predict annual, no-show or 15%, 20%, whatever, we overbook, 10, 15%, and see what that does. So maybe we try that with a couple rec centers, see if that is an experiment that works. Obviously, if it's something like swimming and there's legal stuff around, having a certain number of adults around children who are swimming, and we overbook and more kids show up than we're prepared for, I assume we can do it in a smart way, but I think that is something that a lot of industries do. They expect no-shows, they expect this sort of thing. I think we could consider that as a way to get around this.
Commissioner Schaefer.
I just want to briefly say that I think this is really a good reminder for me as a new commissioner that any decision we make together, we should really study the impacts before we make a big change like this going forward, as just kind of a reflection, because I think this is probably affecting staff. If you've prepared a curriculum and your half of your class isn't showing up, it's a little bit not treating them as a professional. And we've invested a lot in our staff, right, through our new recent funding. So I want to encourage them. I want to bless them. I want to just make them feel like all their work is really going to be maximized. And so I also think it hurts the participants. If you have 3 students and there should be the maximum amount of 10, they're not gaining as much interaction between each other and opportunity for relationship. Maybe swimming lessons, that's a benefit, but maybe everything else it isn't. So I think there's impact to staff, to children, and then also, our financial, our books. So going forward, as we talk about this in the budget process, I'm going to really push for us, or myself, to think about what is the fiscally responsible solution here, even if it's a stopgap, because I think as leaders, that's one of our goals, right, is to be fiscally responsible. And if we're coming forward with another levy request and other, requests to the community, we got to be careful what we're asking for. And if we're trying to rein in and understand a solution that's been placed, a situation that's been placed in our lap, I think the very first step is fiscal responsibility, at least in this year. And whatever that looks like, we have to figure it out. And we've heard a lot of comments of how that could happen tonight. I think one of them, the other ones I'll put on the table is maybe Minneapolis Parks Foundation wants to take up a $600,000 budget every year to provide low-income housing. Low-income programming. Sorry, I got all the buzzwords in my head here. So that's another idea I just throw on the table. I'm a little hesitant on the property level levy ask. And of course, if our systems are not doing what they should be, then we've got to prioritize our systems. That, if we can't get the data or people aren't finding donations, that's obviously an issue. And how to streamline the scholarship process, if there's a way to really improve that. And so I think we got a lot of good ideas. So thanks for your work.
Commissioner Musich for a second time.
Thank you for allowing me to speak a second time, Chair Menz. I'm going to discourage considering overbooking. As someone that's had to manage a handful of extra kids that I wasn't anticipating at an event, I cannot imagine what that would be like for our staff that are trying to manage that, particularly if we have rules around the number of kids that they're able to be around associated with our licensing. I would hate for us to have to turn people away. That also feels not great. So, yeah, I don't know that I would encourage that sort of process enhancement. The other thing that I would caution my colleagues about being dismissive of finding a way to pay for this. $600,000 is a huge portion of our budget. And if we're talking about cuts to pay for that, we're talking about closing rec centers. We're talking about cutting hours for rec centers. That's the level of cuts that we would need to be making to pay for this. So, understanding that, I would hope we would put a lot of thought into, are we serving enough people with this to merit cutting other people's access to programming? I'm not comfortable with that, which is why I didn't support us putting this in place in the first place. But I do want to find ways to help connect people to services. So, looking at ways to expand the ability for people to say, I can't pay, but I want to participate everywhere versus just in these specific locations, so that we're not displacing people, is something we should be examining.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Commissioner Benning, I have a question. So what I'm wondering is, so when we think about the wait lists, what type of programming was experiencing the wait lists?
Chair Mintz, Commissioners, for sure it was happening in aquatics and it was happening at the Croning Center. I don't really have explicit data on where else it was happening. I know that Rec Plus at Matthews has wait lists, but as far as actual rec programs and what types maybe have wait lists, I would have to look into that and can send something out. But I think there's specific popular programs. Another thing is we have these summer camps in the summer, and any of those that were at areas of concentrated poverty are now free. They were only $10 a week as is. And I know that those fill up in specific areas and have wait lists. So off the top of my head, those are some examples.
And we're seeing people from outside of those areas coming to those programming? Like, we know their address?
That's the understanding. I think, Linda, do you want to talk about that one? Yeah. Where you have it at?
Chair Menz, yeah, let me jump back. We do have, for the first time, what I'm displaying here is a home zip code from the user profiles when they registered, so we can see, roughly how far they're traveling to the program site.
Okay. And then is there any way to examine or tease out the data to where we're looking at sports teams versus recreational programming versus childcare programming? Like, do we have a way to do that, or could we do that?
Chairman, we do have ways to slice the data. I think all the ones you just mentioned are sort of built-ins. We have more trouble with some of the citywide programming teams like aquatics and environmental education. But the rec center-based programming is pretty easy to identify, what category it's in. If I think that's what you're getting at. You want to see differences by type of program. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, yes, I would like to see, how the wait lists look for, if there's a wait list for a sports team, we just put them on another sports team. So,
yeah, or consolidate them, et cetera. We do a lot of that. I think Assistant Superintendent Kolb's examples were spot on, though. The camps and the specialty centers, Koenig and Phillips Aquatic Center are anecdotally the ones we've heard the most about. As opposed to our drop-in programs, which don't necessarily have a capacity and don't have a wait list because the door is open.
Thanks. I'll have more questions in a second. Go ahead, Commissioner Benny.
Thank you, Chairman. We don't have a non-resident fee for any of this, right?
Chairman, Commissioner Benny, we do. This very small one right here, 35 people paid a 100% non-resident fee.
So, but the people that are in these outlying suburbs that have blue dots? Because it's associated with the location of the rec center, not the zip code of the person, which might be another way to do this. So, right, if you want to get to areas of concentrated poverty, maybe you're looking at well, if the system won't let us do it, but maybe that's one thing. I don't know. But then another thing, and I know we talked a little bit about the donation. Maybe, and I have, I used to have to pay bills in ActiveNet for my kids, and I'm still recovering. But maybe there's, is there a way to make a donate button everywhere in the system and we'll call it youth scholarships, or something like that, and just put that out there, because every single permission slip that came home with my kids on paper had a place to donate. Or if you, donate to certain things like Act Blue or something like that, at the end, you can donate, leave a tip. So I'm just saying, I think if we could bring that up and then if we can look at the actual addressed zip codes maybe of people and let them go anywhere, maybe, try that.
Seeing no more lights, I'll take it. So thank you so much for the presentation. This is extremely important. I did have a question. I asked the team, or Interim Superintendent Kalb, did we reach out to St. Paul and see how they're handling their free programming? It's lighting.
Chairmen, commissioners, we have not had a chance to do that, but again, this team of people who are addressing the challenges and things, they know that that's something that we'd like to have done. So we'll follow up with that. And
okay, thank you. So I guess I have a couple of things. So we can put a donate button right on the front page. We can abandon ActiveNet as registration for youth programming. We could choose to spend $600,000 in a different way, where we actually register students or young people in a way that doesn't express barriers. Because all of us have experienced the ActiveNet system and registration, and all of us can't do it effectively. We cannot continue to let that limitation impact how many kids are in our parks or registered for our programs. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit upset about this. So the fact that we got 0 donations is insulting. So we knew that there was going to be a $600 shortfall. We couldn't figure out how to get donations. I have registered kids for programming who are park kids in the park. We ask parents for this. It's really hard for me to understand how we got 0. We have to change recreation programming, youth sports, all of it. an overhaul. We hired 22 new people. We don't have the staff to call families? I mean, what is going on? You know, and it happens in the schools too. We are not prioritizing our youth. This is an imperative thing in the city. Commissioner Smith talks about it all the time. The kids that she serves, the kids that I see, they are not safe. They don't feel safe. We need to make them feel safe. One idea I have, instead of centering the children in our programming, center the coaches for youth sports, because they will bring the kids and the kids will feel safe with the coaches. Let's throw out the registration system. Seriously. I am dead serious. Like, give it paper, have the coaches register, assume that they're all free, and then ask later. There are lots of ideas we can do. And I'm not upset with any person or even our organization. But we are stuck in our ways of thinking and doing, and we need to get unstuck real quick. Because we have an opportunity to provide real value. There is value in young people coming from across town to the Chronic Nature Center. I want that happening. Should it be free? Maybe not for them. Maybe not. We can explore that. And I'm going to take a few extra seconds here. So if we're going to change recreation, we are the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board. Youth sports is imperative, and if we need to consult it out or do something else, but I am willing and able and hopeful that we can create meaningful change, because we did hire lots of new people. There's $600,000. So how do we get out of our ways of thinking and ways of doing and center things that are successful? So I think that there's a lot of opportunity here. I really appreciate all the commissioner questions and the commissioner discussion, and I really appreciate Interim Superintendent Cal bringing this to the table. It's not unexpected. We have opportunities during our budget time. We have opportunities to think about this. I don't think it needs to be a $600,000 shortfall, but I do think that we need to change now, like immediately, like yesterday. And we have an opportunity because we have a lot of new people willing and able to do that. So I'm just charging us. Last thing, systems. It's not people, it's systems. Our systems need to change. Thank you. Are there any more comments or questions in the committee? So that, I guess I'm going to have to adjourn the Recreation Committee. And so I would also like to let my Board of Commissioners know, we need more Recreation Committee meetings, resolutions. You can expect resolutions to come forward from either Commissioner Thompson, Commissioner Smith, myself, around how we do this. There are ideas out there, and I just want us to really consider those options for our young people and older people who are registering for programming.
Thank you. The time is 7:33, and I'll call the Admin Finance Committee meeting to order. Deputy Superintendent Ringgold, can you take the roll?
Vice President Smith. Commissioner Musich.
Present.
Commissioner Menz.
Here.
Co-Chair Thompson.
Here.
Co-Chair Schaefer.
Here.
You have a quorum.
May I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. May I have a motion to approve the Admin Finance Committee meetings of April 26, 2023?
I will move the minutes of April 26, 2023.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Great, we have 6 action items tonight and a city assessor's report. So we are going to keep moving quickly and thoughtfully. The first resolution, I would like either Commissioner Menz or Vice President Smith to please bring forward, or you're not on this committee, are you? No.
I am, but Billy can read it.
Yeah,
Okay.
I gotta read it, sorry.
Bring it forward, and then if anybody has any questions for this is our time to discuss it, and we can also ask staff of these questions as well, but thank you, Commissioner, for reading it.
I bring Resolution 2023-89, Resolution directing the temporary delay of levying property assessments for the costs associated with removing trees infested with emerald ash borer EAB on private property until October 4th, 2023, to allow time for a funding solution to be established for residents in need in Minneapolis through means of a third party, and to continue to identify EAB-infested trees on private property as a measure of public health, and empowering staff to work with local organizations, including the City of Minneapolis, the Hennepin County, State of Minnesota, and other organizations who help provide assistance for home ownership fees to address this issue during this period in Minneapolis, and directing staff to report back to the board on August 2nd and October 4th, 2023.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Menz, would you like to say any further comments about that, or do we have any questions for Vice President Smith or Commissioner Menz?
I can comment that I just think that we need to empower our staff who are already working on some of these things. This just gives a little bit of teeth from our end as a board saying, we think that you should be exploring these options, and maybe for the legislature, because right now a lot of that is happening with public land, and we've already handled that. We're also hearing a lot from individual constituents. We've heard a lot from people in specific areas of the city. I heard Commissioner Thompson and that we should remove the specific language of the district in the resolution. But I think that it's our responsibility to respond and look for solutions collaboratively. I'm not asking us to create a fund from the Minneapolis Park Board. I'm asking us to use our leverage without breaking the law, as Council Rice has sort of stated that it's our charge to continue to identify those trees. But we need to sort of let the rest of these organizations know that we're working, and we're tired of getting the bad press and the bad image, that our responsibility is to identify these trees for public health. But then we're kind of in charge of assessing, so there needs to be a better solution. So
Great, thank you. Commissioner Alpert.
Thank you for recognizing me. I'm not on this committee. I just would like some clarification. It says it's to delay levying property assessments, but so are you saying it continues identification? Does it continue the actual tree removal? Or is that stopped too? I wasn't, yeah.
that's a great question, and I actually need staff to answer that.
Assistant Superintendent Barrick, would you like to answer that question?
Good evening, Chair Schaefer, Commissioners. Yes, it does mean that. So we will continue to inspect, tag, and remove the trees. We're figuring out the logistics on billing. We would still be billing, and for those that want to pay, they can pay. What we would be delaying is the levying of the cost of removal until the fall. So keeping the efforts on managing the urban forest and the sanitation of removing infested trees so that we don't end up in a situation like some of our neighboring communities that have, we learned the other day that across the river they stopped about 10 years ago managing private trees, and now they have this huge backlog and they're having a hard time. The removals are more expensive. They're having a harder time finding people to do the removals. You have a hazardous tree situation. So keeping this resolution allows us to keep moving forward with the sanitation, but delays the levying.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Any other questions? Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you for the recognition, Co-Chair Schaefer. I'm curious, the date, October 4th, is there any particular meaning to that? Or was it just something that kind of throw a number out there? I'm just curious.
I do not think Director Wiseman is here any longer, but I do know that Commissioner Menz and Vice President Smith worked with her in determining those specific dates. So those were in time for them to still get the levy in process.
It was a 6-month window from when we started the resolution.
Okay.
Got it. I'd love to hear how this would impact us financially, and then also just, it sounds like it wouldn't impact us procedurally because we're just going to keep doing everything. Is anyone left here that can speak to that? Perhaps not.
Secretary Ringgold.
Co-Chair Schaefer, Co-Chair Thompson. So the delaying of the levy doesn't impact us, but remember the interest continues to build toward the homeowner. So delaying the levy too far or too long doesn't actually reduce the cost. I just want to be clear, this is not going to reduce the cost to the homeowner, but could actually increase the cost to the homeowner. But it doesn't cause us an issue in order to delay it.
That comes with it a host of new questions in my mind. Thank you for that clarification. I suppose then, so I want to understand what we would actually be doing with this resolution, and someone can correct me if I'm misunderstanding. We would be still removing the trees, still tagging them, removing them, still associating that with the homeowner. Since we don't actually remove these are separate entities, separate tree removal companies that do this work for us. They are still getting paid. The levy is still being put on with interest. It's just not being asked to be sort of activated to the homeowner right away. Is this what I'm understanding? It's a little in the weeds on the details.
Deputy Superintendent.
Co-Chair Schaefer, Co-Chair Thompson. I think the intent, and I would look to Commissioner Menz and Vice President Smith on this. I believe the intent was to delay the actual assessments with the hope that there would be some type of a funding source identified to actually be able to pay for some of the trees that individuals are removing or having removed from their property. I think this was a measure to try to put that type of a stopgap in place. In the event that there is no funding found, there will be costs incurred with some of these trees and a levy that would need to be assessed. And so that doesn't change that reality. I think this is, but Commissioner Menz or Vice President Smith might be able to talk more to that, the intention.
Why don't we jump to Council Rice? Did you have a comment here? I see your light on.
I do. I have worked with Commissioner Mentz on this idea, and I know that the concerns have been raised from the community. In fact, just this week, we've been talking to our legislators. I talked to the city's lobbyists. We're trying to see if there's a way to get some help to come forward. The one concern I would have, and I would like to, it's been a busy time of year. I've not talked to Ms. Wiseman on the exact issue. As I think about this, the key is this, that the park board is making the determinations and they're giving people notice of that they are required as the property owner to remove the tree. What just occurred to me is that that is the responsibility of the person who owns the property at the date that the determination is made that the tree needs to be removed. My concern about delaying an assessment would be there could be a sale of a property between, say, May 1st and October 1st. If the order was given and the work was done before a sale was made and there wasn't a settling up between the two parties, that may create a problem about who's responsible for the payment. If the tree payment wasn't made prior to the sale of the house, and we do the assessment later in the year, you could have a dispute about whether it's a proper assessment. And that's why, I don't know, Mr. Rosen's here. I don't know if we've had any experience on that, or maybe Ms. Wiseman has had that, or just operationally in the staff. I'm not aware of ever having a contest of that nature, but perhaps it's happened, and I'm just not aware of it. So I think this idea of the delay of the levying, at the time the work is done, the owner of the property who owned physically owned the property is the person, or if it's a corporate entity, is responsible for the payment, as I understand the law. So I don't know if Mr. Rosen has any knowledge of this. I know Ms. Wiseman, these questions have come up over the years, and normally they kind of get worked out of sight of the board when things happen.
Thank you, Mr.
There's been
Rosen.
literally hundreds of these over the years, if not thousands probably.
Co-Chair Schaefer and Thompson, Director Wiseman couldn't be here tonight, and I'm not prepared to answer the questions.
Okay.
I understand,
Thank you.
I'm still, if I have a few more questions, if anyone can answer. If they can't, I understand it. Might I offer a suggestion of what this might do, positive or negative, and someone can give a yay or nay, or everyone in the room can just say, I don't know, that's fine. A neighbor came to me in a bit of a panic that the tree was literally about to be removed within minutes. People had shown up, and she said, is there anything you can do to stop this? I've worked with the city, I'm getting a grant. I just didn't finish the paperwork. The grant will be in, whatever, a week. So our staff graciously pulled the plug on that in real time and gave an additional month. This neighbor just told me recently, thank you, it worked out. It went through with the grant from the city. So is that the type of thing we're looking for that would give, people would get a pause, but would the pause allow them to, where we can still remove the tree and they can apply for these things that maybe they weren't aware of now that they're becoming more aware? Or is it really more about the hopes of, there are a lot of conversations that need to happen. I'm just trying to understand the nuance of the impact of this. Is what I'm saying, maybe Commissioner Menz, since you were the author of this, does that sound like the type of intent you were looking for this?
Commissioner Menz?
And Commissioner Smith can speak to this too. Do you want to speak, Commissioner Smith?
Sure. I think it's pretty simple. The idea is that we give homeowners an opportunity to find alternative solutions to the funding that they do not have or do not value in a tree removal versus an emergency that their family may find themselves in. And some of this comes down to a lack of information when people are first-time home buyers and first-generation homeowners. There is no point when you go and buy a home, if you've never owned a home or your family has, where they tell you the potential of having to pay the cost of a tree removal. What they do tell you is to prepare for your roof to cave in or a flood to happen. And families find that so much more urgent than what we're dealing with diseased trees. And so if we can afford a mechanism of a gap for families to be able to say, if it's the city of Minneapolis, if it's the state of Minnesota, if it's their local neighborhood organization, if it's a charity that supports the Boys and Girls Club that's called Save a Tree that helps families cut trees down for a low cost, then that's all we're trying to do in the efforts that these magical dollars will come down to help these folks in areas of concentrated poverty that continue to take the time and effort to say, I need help, I can't afford it.
Thank you, Vice President Smith. Commissioner Thompson, did you have another question?
Thank you. I likely don't. I want to let the dais know that I will support this out of committee. I still have a lot of questions and concerns, and I respect both Commissioner Menz and Vice President Smith's energy around this in helping solve this very large problem. I have a lot of concerns still. Even I'll just admit I'm in a quandary in my space, but I will support it getting out of committee, and I just thought I would share that. Thank you.
Commissioner Benning, I see your light is off. Did you want to make a quick comment?
Thank you, Co-Chair Schaefer. I'm not on this committee, but, I think this is possibly a thing that I would vote for when this comes forward to the full board, if this comes forward. But I am a little worried about some unintended consequences. So we do this and nothing pans out, right? That creates sort of a sense of false hope that I worry about that. The other thing is, and I don't know how common that is, but there may be, like when I got my tree tag last year, I also got a private quote, and it was kind of like about 20% less than the quote I got from the park board. And so, but you'd have to roll the dice and go the park board route, and now you're maybe, and I don't know how many people would get competitive quotes. So I'm just saying, I just worry about people kind of getting caught up in this too, and at the end not being in a better position than they would have been otherwise, or being in a worse position than they would have been otherwise. That's all I'll say.
Okay.
Because we have no guarantee. Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Benning. Commissioner Benz for the last time.
Oh, okay. I have a question for staff. So how many trees do we have that are currently identified that haven't been assessed or paid? I mean, and if you can't answer that, it seems like a tough question. And the other follow-up question is, how many trees do we anticipate identifying over the next, till October 4th?
Co-Chair Schaefer Thompson, Commissioner Menz. I believe we have that data. I don't have it on me and in my head right now. So we can follow up with everyone and get that information to you.
Great, thank you for this discussion, and Secretary Ringgold has her light on.
I needed to say something.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Sorry, you should cut me off. I mean, the white guy speaking should really stop. So the intent also, I'm actually hesitant to even, I don't want us to cut the trees down either, actually, because I know it's a public health hazard, and if there's an emergency where a tree is about to like fail, like I've learned from Director Sievert, then yes. But I think that we can take a pause on that too, and maybe the resolution would need to be amended, because, and Commissioner Thompson just presented a perfect example of why. So I'm wondering, can we pause that removal, continue to identify, to Council Rice's point, if a tree is marked and then the house is sold, that's a visual disclosure that something's got to happen to that tree. So, I mean, I would actually, I'm going to say, I would support it out of committee right now, but I would probably propose an amendment that we don't remove the trees until October 4th either. And maybe that amendment would fail.
Secretary Ringgold?
Co-Chair Schaefer, this was to a previous piece. So we've done this recently. We actually delayed assessments during COVID. And so we would be able to, I can't in the moment, but we'd be able to pull together information in terms of if there was a sale, how that was managed, and some of those types of pieces for you. So just to have context, this was something that was put in place during COVID to provide some level of relief, and we'd be able to provide you with that information.
Great, thank you. And Commissioner Musich.
Thank you for allowing me to speak, Commissioner, Co-Chair Schaefer. Since it's not on the floor, I won't speak to the amendment my colleague is potentially proposing. I understand the rationale behind the delays during COVID. I feel like the committee, much less the full board, probably doesn't have all the data it needs to pass this at the full board tonight. I won't be supporting this resolution in committee this evening.
Commissioner Thompson for the last time.
Thank you, Co-Chair Schaefer. So we've talked about impacts on city agencies or on us or on the tree canopy. Do residents understand the impact on them should money not become available? The interest on this assessment that would then come due. I mean, it's like one of those things those of us in Gen X used to sign up for, of the 10 free CDs, but then you're locked into Columbia House for a long time, and now you have to pay more money. But I'm serious, because there's like, you get this delay, and then the check comes due. Are residents and homeowners aware that if we pass this, they might end up having to turn in more if we can't find a solution through other agencies or other departments, whether it's the state or the city or the county? Is that part of the educated side of things? Has that been evaluated? Do either of the authors of this, they have any commentary to that?
Vice President Smith?
So I can tell you, of the 117 people that I spoke to regarding this amendment, they absolutely have understood that this is not a silver bullet for the problem that is plaguing them. This is merely a delay that comes with a penalty if there is no funding to come. And again, it isn't a promise that the funding comes from the park board. It's for them to also push other electeds, which they are doing, to figure out where these dollars can come from. So again, I've spoke to 117 people, which is well beyond my part-time description as a commissioner. So absolutely, I can speak for and to that for the folks that I've spoken to.
I appreciate that, thank you. I don't believe I have any other questions, thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Vice President Smith, for that explanation. I appreciate that. And we're going to take a vote on this resolution. Before I do that, before I call for the vote, I would just like us to consider, and I would like to ask Commissioner Menz if it is all right if we go ahead and not bring this forward this evening to full committee, but get some of these questions from Council Rice, and as well as your questions that you brought up as far as a potential another amendment. I think it needs time to kind of settle and give us time to think some more about it, and for others to talk to the community some more. Is that okay with you?
It's okay with me, but I'll defer to Vice President Smith as well, it sounds like.
Sure.
Thank you very
I mean,
much.
It's immediate, but we need to, it
Right.
sounds like there's a lot of flush out, so I'd rather get it flushed out and get everything settled so that we can pass the amendment. And
Thank you, Vice President Smith and Commissioner Menz. I also want to say thank you for your willingness to bring in Commissioner Thompson into this discussion and all of us to have more time with it. So all of those in favor of Resolution 2023-89, please say aye. Aye. Nay?
No.
Abstain? That motion passes. Next up, may someone bring up Resolution 2023-78?
I'll move Resolution 2023-78. It's a resolution approving a memorandum of understanding between the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board and the Minneapolis Sailing Center related to fundraising and preliminary design supporting a relocation of the existing sailing center facilities.
Thank you. And tonight we have Mr. Dan Elias to give us a little information about this, if we have any questions. Do people have any questions around this MOU between the Sailing Center and considering a design of relocating, as in the resolution said, to the northwest corner of East Bede-Makaska? Commissioner Musich.
Thank you. I don't have any questions, but I would like to note that in looking at the master plan for this park, the location in the MOU does coincide with that. So just in case anyone's thinking perhaps we're just going off the cuff here tonight, we're not. We're trying to find a way to implement a portion of the master plan with a partner. So yay.
Great. It is a big resolution. And so Commissioner Abene, the district commissioner from that area where it would be headed, we'd like you to weigh in.
Why, it's true. I am the district commissioner. Okay, so, and just to, I'm not on this committee, but this would, if this passes tonight, of course, it'll come to the full board. And I've been having some back and forth with Assistant Superintendent Schroeder about a couple of issues that I'm going to see about bringing forward an amendment, just to kind of get it, not now, but next time, but on your radar. So one of them is I have some, there's some concerns about the soils there, and that there's stuff about the soils in the document, but I've asked that we maybe really be more explicit about how the geotechnical investigation, it should be thorough enough at this early stage to really quantify the drivers that will be, the impacts that will be possibly there related to construction costs and things like that. Because it would require probably some special construction methods. And then the other one is that I think we're, to find a way to ask or encourage or something, include language favoring a net zero facility. Because any building we add now is going to be there for a long time. And we have to start, I think, thinking about, it would be my preference that every building we do from here forward is really looking at being carbon neutral. So.
Great, thank you for those comments. I'm really thrilled to support this evening, of course, with our great partners. I'm just wondering if Larry Salzman is in the audience. I'm sorry. Ted is here. Ted, would you mind just coming forward and introducing yourself to the board? We really appreciate all the efforts and the great partner that you guys have been through the years. And yes, you did give me a tour of the sailing school. So
Thank you.
just a couple minutes to tell me what you're excited about and who you are.
Absolutely. So I'm Ted Salzman. I'm the director of the Minneapolis Sailing Center for the past 7 years. My dad, Larry, was in charge for 25 years before that. We've been in operation since 1989, and we view ourselves as a really key aspect of Twin Cities, specifically Minneapolis and the City of Lakes. There's so many people traveling around the parks, and especially Midday-McCoska, and a lot of people have told us, they look out and see these sailboats and wonder, what can I do to get out there? Is that for me? And we're really making it a key part of our mission to welcome everyone from the city onto the lakes and into sailing. So we have, last year alone, 1,200 people as a part of our outreach events. Free sailing Sundays, every third Sunday of the month, people who are walking around the lake can come and get on a boat, partnering with local community nonprofits to get kids out sailing who don't normally think that's a chance for them. So we have a lot of exciting programming we're doing, and with this new refectory that's going in, we want to basically grow with our program in terms of a facility. So looking at the master plan, the northwest corner, we're excited to investigate that as the first option for location. Soils and whatnot, and fundraising would come into play at some point, but we're really excited to be working with the park board on expanding our facility, expanding our impact, and continuing to improve access to a sport that's traditionally been associated with country clubs and wealth, making it available to everyone in the city. And we're doing that. We're doing that now, and we look forward to doing that more with the new facility.
Thank you, Ted. I appreciate that. Thanks for attending our meeting. All those in favor of Resolution 2023-78, please say aye.
Aye.
Any nay? Abstain? Resolution 2023-78 passes. May someone bring forward the next resolution?
I'll move Resolution 2023-65, a resolution approving a 10-year programming and lease agreement with the Minneapolis Sailing Center to expire on December 31st, 2032.
Is there any questions on this? Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, Co-Chair Schaefer. I'm used to seeing programming agreements or leases come forward in 5-year increments. This one is for 10. Typically, when it's for such a long period, it's because there's significant improvements being made to the building or other assets. Can someone help me understand why this one is 10 instead of 5 without those additional components? Or let me know that I'm missing something in the documentation?
Co-Chair Schaefer, Commissioner Musich. So this is a kind of a typical pattern we've had with this particular group of doing a 10-year agreement. Last year we did 1 year, and that was intended to allow for some of the transition with the refectory to come into play in the construction piece. So we are bringing back a 10-year agreement at this point for the board to consider. Within this agreement, you'll notice a couple of things, including the fact that it honors the MOU, and so in the event that the MOU results in there being a new facility created in this time, it allows for a termination of this agreement to be able to consider a new agreement at the new space. So this particular group is in the same position of doing some significant work with us in the MOU. At the same time, we're considering the lease with them.
And is part of the reason that it's 10 years because we have such a long history with this organization that we feel confident they're going to be around for another 10 years? Or I guess I'm still not fully clear on why it's not a 5-year agreement as we have standard with pretty much everyone else.
Staff looked at, Co-Chair Schaefer, Commissioner Musich, staff looked at kind of the typical sequence we'd been doing with this particular vendor and just repeated that.
Okay, thank you.
I had one question about the percentage of gross sales. Has it been 8% for a long time in the lease?
Co-Chair Schaefer, yes, it's my understanding that that's been consistent since the beginning, and there's a part to it where they're also providing 3 free classes. And so the percentage of what we would get out of the contract was reduced to honor those 3 free classes.
Okay, great. And then there was some exclusions, obviously, for their high school programming and et cetera. Okay, any other questions? We will take a vote on Resolution 2023-65. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstain? Resolution 2023-65 carries. The next resolution.
I'll
May
take
someone-
that one. Resolution 2023-70, resolution approving a memorandum of understanding between the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board and the Toro Company regarding the conduct of research and delivery of guidance advancing a net zero emissions position for the park board.
Is there any, we do have an amendment on this one, I believe. But is there any discussion or questions about this to begin with? Commissioner Musich?
Thank you, Co-Chair
Or no,
Schaefer.
it's not amendment, I apologize. We have to suspend the rules and then bring it forward. But we're taking questions just on the resolution for the moment.
I don't think we have to suspend the rules for an amendment in committee.
Um,
Only at the full board, we do?
The amendment was not noticed.
Oh, okay. I must have just seen it in my email. Got it. So I was wondering if we could get just a brief overview of how we intend to utilize the information that we're getting from Toro by participating in this project.
Co-Chair Schaefer and Commissioner Musich. So I think I can answer that question in part. And part of it will have to wait because we actually don't know exactly what they'll be delivering to us. But we anticipate that as they extract data from equipment that we have on our maintenance equipment through various landscape types, they can be directing us towards more efficient patterns of movement through different kinds of landscapes, and kind of correlating that to what other systems are doing around the country. There's 4 or 5 other systems that they're looking at. And in the document, they actually note that they'll be looking at some of those management and operational techniques, some water management things, so they'll be going into that as well. There are 4 broad areas. They actually don't know what information they'll be able to deliver to us yet because they've not done this before. This is an initiative that was brought to the superintendent at the end of last year, and we've been working to try to get this MOU in place since then. So while this is aligned with several of the strategic goals that we have for carbon reduction, we don't know yet exactly what they're going to be recommending. It's possible that as we move through this process, they will be suggesting that there's equipment that could be utilized that doesn't use fossil fuels that could move us in that direction. They're also going to be studying our operations to see if there are ways that they could be looking at developing equipment that could be used that right now relies on diesel because of the power requirements. So that I think Toro is embarking on I think they said $1 billion initiative to broaden the range of non-fossil fuel driven equipment that they can deliver to customers. It's important that they're studying this. They're not requiring us to buy anything. That specifically says that's not a part of this program. They're really hoping to learn through the park board and several other large land care operators some of the methods that they might use to build more responsive equipment towards that net zero emissions initiative, and then pass that back to us in a report that will be delivered in about 2 years. I think the biggest issue right now is none of us really know what they'll be delivered, and they don't even know. They have developed a work plan that they admit that they're going to be learning as they move through this process.
Okay, and do they intend to periodically update us if they find that there are things that are incredibly inefficient around the way that we do things as they're analyzing data, or do we really have to wait 2 years to find out that the last 2 years we were doing something that was a terrible idea?
Chair Schaefer and Commissioner Musich, I would hope that if they find we're doing something really inefficient, they would tell us like right away.
Okay.
And we can bring that up with them as this gets started.
Okay, that'd be
I
wonderful.
think we would have to anticipate that there would be regular updates to staff, at which time we could be bringing new information, not just back to commissioners, but new information back to our operations staff.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for that. And thank you to our operations team for being open to participating in something like this. I know it's a little bit of extra work for them as well, getting all the equipment put on the machines and whatnot, but it sounds like it may have a pretty significant benefit for us should what they're hoping to find pan out in the long term. I would also love if we could make an inquiry to them how they're coming along with their manual weed removal machine attachments for mowers. Someone mentioned to me they're working on that technology when we were rehabbing a field a couple years ago. I'd love if we could try some of that out, particularly on our golf courses where we're using a lot of herbicides to control broadleaf weeds. So if we could ask about that. Thanks.
Any other questions for Assistant Superintendent Schroeder? Great, I have one question, and that is, can you give us in a couple sentences the difference between the MOU that we are now going to suspend the rules to put in compared to what was, we cannot read this whole thing.
I can, and in fact, Council Rice might be able to help me on this as well. Originally, when this came to you, it was a memorandum of understanding that kind of defined the work program, and then a non-disclosure agreement. And we have been actually focused significantly on how we could address Toro's non-disclosure requirements. Eventually, the document got changed to insert a section on indemnity or liability, and that's, I believe, section 8 or 9 now, and the following section is on data practices and intellectual property. Toro doesn't want to disclose their trade secrets to us. We don't want to be in a position to have to disclose those.
Yep.
So even until about noon today, Council Rice was working with their council to come to the language that was actually brought forward and incorporated into the MOU, which made it not necessary to have a non-disclosure agreement. And I'll defer to Council Rice if he wants to get into more detail.
Council Rice, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Mr. Schroeder, my co-counsel, has done a good job explaining it. However, I would say this, this is a new undertaking for both this board and for Toro. It's research. Toro has engaged several park systems throughout the country, one in Minnesota. By the way, I think we know Toro is a locally based company. We're familiar with it. But they made a request that we advised against. I don't know how we can enter into a non-disclosure entity. You're a public body. You're governed by the Data Practices Act. I mean, you all know that. Your emails, everything's public, and that's the ethic of this state, whether anybody likes it or not. That's the law, and we're going to follow the law no matter what. So we took the position that we weren't going to enter into a non-disclosure agreement. Toro would like that. They're embarking on this new thing. They think they have, certain data idea. Are they going to expend this money, and then somebody's going to come along and whatever they learn, they're going to get. Well, that's the risk they need to do business. So where this agreement deviates from what you've seen for the last, several days that have been out in the public that you've had a chance to review is on would be page 5 of what's going to be offered as an amendment, which we recommend you adopt. We added a section on liability, which was not in their original contract, which means basically we're going to be liable for anything that with our property that we make a mistake on, and they're going to be liable for anything that they do. That's standard to the contracts. And we added this provision, section 8.0, data practices / trade secrets. This provision is standard in the other professional service agreements the board has with regard to Data Practice Act claims, that people who contract with the board have to understand they're doing business with a public body, and that if there's data that comes into the possession of the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board, it's subject to that law and that it can be disclosed. I've slightly modified this provision that if we get a data request about this contract or about what Toro has provided us, we will give Toro, we'll promptly advise them that we've had this data request, and if Toro believes that there's something in that data that is of a trade secret nature or an intellectual property nature, we'll listen to what they have to say. If we, your attorney, believe that it should not be disclosed, we won't disclose it. I have told their attorney that threshold in Minnesota law is very, very high about what is trade secret information or intellectual property. We've had that claim made before. The concessionaires at Tin Fish claimed that their profit and loss statements were trade secret information. Well, they can have their opinion, but that was not trade secret information. And there are, the state of Minnesota has a separate division of the Department of Administration that's very active. There's numerous opinions on what is or what is not trade secret information. If our commitment in this agreement that if it is trade secret information, the park board would protect it, but if it's not, it'll be disclosed. And so I feel very good about the agreement. There's no non-disclosure agreement. This contract is substantially similar to other things that the board's approved, and we're with the work we did with Mr. Idelcote from Toro, and we recommend that you suspend your rules and adopt this version of the amendment, and we think it's appropriate legally.
Okay, thank you, Council Rice, for all your hard work on this today, and thank you, Superintendent, for guiding this at the end of last year. It sounds exciting. Commissioner Thompson, Co-Chair Thompson, do you want to make a motion to suspend the rules for us?
I would love to do that. I would like to move to suspend the rules.
All those in favor of suspending the rules, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstain? We are now suspended. We are now in rule suspension. Commissioner Thompson, would you like to bring forward the amended?
Yes, please.
Memorandum of
I would like to
understanding?
move, and I don't remember the number.
Just the,
Thank you.
the amended.
The amended MOU with the Toro Company. Am I looking at the wrong spot?
No, you're in the right spot.
Nope, the amended MOU, correct.
Yes.
All those in favor of accepting the amended MOU as part of the formal resolution of 2023-70, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstain? That is added to the resolution. So now we will vote on the formal resolution as a whole. All those in favor of Resolution 2023-70 and our partnership with Toro, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstain? That passes. Well done. Commissioner Menz, do you want to bring forward the next one?
Resolution 2023-91, resolution approving a project implementation agreement with Green Minneapolis MPRB Planting Project 2022.
Great, thank you. We have Assistant Superintendent Barrick up here at the podium. I see other people in the audience. Does anyone have questions? Superintendent Barrick, maybe you can tell us how, on a high level, this is different, maybe from what we saw last year, if there's anything. As some direction.
Yeah, Co-Chair Schaefer and Co-Chair Thompson. Yes, last year you approved the Carbon Offset Project 1. That was for trees planted from 19 to 23, to 22.
19
No,
to 21.
21, 19, 20, 21, 3 years, yep, sorry, we're getting late. And this is project number 2, which is the trees planted in 22. The folks from Green Minneapolis do have an update that they've prepared a presentation.
Great.
David Wilson and Michaela New, and thank them for all of their efforts and then also sticking around for this meeting, and David is under the weather. So I appreciate all of their work on this, and I'll turn it over to them.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Michaela New with Green Minneapolis, joined by our Board Chair, David Wilson, and we're here to bring forth our second carbon offset project together in partnership. I'll briefly give you a background on how we came to project number 2, a brief overview of that project, our carbon offset sales status, and the agreements review. We were here before you in December with an update that we were to pursue our second project in partnership. That was to apply all of the trees that the Park Board planted in 2022 to the registry. And we did so after receiving the project data from the forestry team. We prepared the registry application and received approval on March 9th. After that official approval, we worked to then provide agreements that modeled similar to project number 1. You see a project implementation agreement and agreement to collaborate that we updated with project 2 information. They were reviewed internally by staff and legal team, and that review was completed in April, and now we are here before you for project approval. A quick overview of how Green Minneapolis is working in partnership. Green Minneapolis is the project operator of these carbon offset projects. We work with City Forest Credits as a registry to do all of the administrative work, provide project data, all of the documentations necessary for the registry to approve, validate, and verify those trees, and ultimately Green Minneapolis will be responsible for monitoring and sampling those trees over time. We then market and sell those credits, and our goal is to sell those credits locally so that proceeds then can go back to our tree planting partner. So for Tree Planting Project 2022, we received data for over 8,500 trees. Those are trees planted in 2022 by the Park Board. And this project will be applied under Protocol version 11. That's different than project number 1 that was applied under Protocol version 9. In Protocol version 11, there will be 5 different times credits are issued throughout the 26-year project duration. And you can see that the 8,500 trees attribute to 23,541 tons sequestered, which equates to 23,541 carbon offsets to sell. After considering or not to sell, because we consider a mortality deduction of 20%, 5% into a buffer pool, and ultimately we will be able to sell 17,891 credits, with the first issuance being 10% of the total credits at 1,789 after project validation and verification. The registry also quantifies co-benefits for the trees planted. You will see here they are considering rainfall interception, air quality improvements, heating and cooling cost reduction, and you will see 646,000 ecosystem services reduction over the 26 years. Once the trees reach 25 years of age, you will see that monetary value applied annually. And then looking at this project specifically in proceeds, we are anticipating after approvals if the verification of the project to be sometime in August and September, and we will get the 10% of initial credits. That's the 1,789 credits. Using some increase in credit value over time and looking at the 5 different times the credits will be released, we are anticipating a total gross revenue for the Park Board to be around $751,422, being that's the 80% of the proceeds seen over the 26-year project duration. We'll now provide you an offset sales status of project number 1.
Good evening, Chair Schaefer and Commissioners. And pardon me, I have a bit of a frog in my throat this evening. We wanted to provide an update to all of you on the first carbon project that we did together a year ago. In November of this year, that project was verified by the registry, and the first 10% of the offsets were released for sale. So that was November 2022. We have agreements to sell 2,250 offsets to Winslow Capital over a 3-year period at $35 per offset. We also have a new agreement with the American Society of Landscape Architects to sell a range between 1,000 and 3,500 offsets. And that is set to close at 2023, and that is at $35 an offset. We also have an agreement to sell 150 offsets to Nordson Corporation, which is actually based in Ohio, however, has acquired some medical device facilities in Minnesota and has a carbon emission reduction program, and they are very interested in partnering with us. They reached out actually to us, and while they're just starting with a small purchase, we have discussed a multi-year agreement with them. We have also done a pre-sale to Excel Energy of 1,428 offsets of Project 2. They wanted to buy offsets from a more recent tree planting project, and so we did a pre-sale because they wanted to get that done. If Project 2 does not get approved by this board, then we will likely sell them offsets from another tree planting partner. That was actually sold in December of 2022. We had 12 months to deliver those offsets. If this board approves project number 2, the proceeds from this sale would immediately be forthcoming to the board. And then finally, I should also mention the Excel sale. We are one of 5 partners that Excel is doing pilot carbon offsetting with. And the plan, if this moves forward successfully, is that we would enter into a longer-term multi-year sales agreement with Excel Energy. And then lastly, while this is not a completed agreement, we are a finalist with CenterPoint Energy for their 5-year natural gas innovation plan. And once again, they would be including Green Minneapolis's offsets from Park Board and other partners in their natural gas innovation plan. We expect to hear that actually by the end of this month, I believe. We've been invited to a meeting on Friday. We also thought we would just share with you proceeds information regarding what is the Park Board receiving in proceeds when these offsets are sold. To date, $19,000 have been paid to the Park Board. That was in 2022. In 2023, we are estimating proceeds of $153,000. That does assume that Project 2 is approved. And then in 2024, 2025, and 2026, we have estimated, based on the number of trees that Park Board staff have estimated will be planted, if this board approves doing a project every year, these would be the proceeds over those next couple of years for a total of $955,163 of proceeds that would go to the Park Board through 2026. The 2 agreements that are before the committee for approval tonight are essentially all of the material terms are the same as the agreements that were approved and signed a year ago for project number 1. So this slide for the agreement to collaborate, none of these material terms have changed. And I can go through each one of these again if you so wish. And then there is a project implementation agreement as well, and all of those key terms also are the same as the project number 1 that was approved last year.
Great, thank you very much. We really appreciate all your work. And we do have a question, Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, Co-Chair Schaefer. I now understand the Mona Lisa smile I got when I suggested we talk to the American Society of Landscape Architects about offsetting the emissions from their members coming to visit us. Because I had talked about this with Michaela earlier when she told me that we would be selling credits to help a conference not be, to get towards carbon neutral. So yeah, exciting to see that they're on board with this. It seems like a natural fit with the work that they do. Could you pull up the slide that shows the proceeds the Park Board can potentially receive if we sell all of the credits? That one, yes, thank you. Okay, so I was wondering where we got to such a large number of credits in 2025, but it's that we're releasing the second tranche of credits from the first sale in that year.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay, wonderful. So that.
And may I highlight one other thing related to that? We are assuming about a year sales cycle from the point that the offsets are released by the registry until we have actually closed sales on those. And that's because what we're learning is while we may have partners who are interested in purchasing those offsets, many of them, for example, ASLA, they want to actually know what their carbon emissions are going to be for their conference, et cetera. And most companies have a process where they don't know the carbon emissions that they want to offset until they have completed their emission analysis at the end of the year. So we're realizing while we might have interest, it takes some time to actually get through the entire sales process.
Okay, well, thank you for that additional context. That's helpful to know. I had something else I was going to say. I forgot. I can turn my light on again. No worries.
Next up, we had Commissioner Menz.
So the 153 is if we approve the resolution today, and then if the full board approves the resolution, correct? And we sell all the credits.
So yes, the 153,000 is proceeds from selling Project 1 and Project 2 carbon offsets.
In that year.
Correct.
And then if we don't, what would that number become?
Well, certainly the proceeds from project number 2 would not be included. That would probably be about $40,000 less, so maybe around $110,000.
Okay. And then all the other numbers would obviously go down because we wouldn't have those trees in the trash. The other thing is where is this, I guess I'm forgetting the budget, and now that we're in budget season, where is that money directed to in our asset management division? It's income, I would assume, and then do we have that specifically directed to a department or a program?
Secretary Ringgold?
And I'm sorry if I'm forgetting from previous years.
No, thank you, Co-Chair Schaefer and Commissioner Menz. So this was the first budget year we had to consider how to approach these dollars and how exactly to integrate it into the budget, and not knowing if they'd be, what the sales length would be, or if they'd be successful in that first year. So we actually put that into a special revenue fund that sits outside of any of the particular dedicated budgets, but that will roll into the forestry budget. We just didn't want to, in the first year, until we saw how it all came together, actually have staff materials or something specific for this year, depending on it for a balanced budget. So right now, it sits in special revenue. Moving forward, it'll be a revenue line in the general fund for the forestry department.
As a follow-up question, so could that special revenue fund be something that's accessible when we're negotiating for tree removal costs for EAB? I mean, is that something that this board could consider? Or no, because of the property tax? Maybe Council Rice could, no? And that maybe that's not the resolution that's on the board, but I'm just thinking out loud.
Yeah, I could quickly, I think I put this in the memo that commissioners had. I mean, funds that would be acquired here or by the board really from any purpose become public funds of a public nature. So then the question is, what can this board expend those funds on? And therein is the question for EAB. Those trees are on private property, and for the board to expend that money, we're going to need some authority, and that's why we're looking at the legislature to do it. If the legislature wants to say you can spend that money on private property improvement, you could do that, but the fundamental question is, you're a public body. The money that comes into your hands from whatever source are public funds, and you need to spend those funds for a public purpose. And at this point, I can't find any authority that would authorize the board to expend funds to remove something on a private property.
Great, thank you, Council Rice. Commissioner Menz, did you have any other question?
No.
Commissioner Alper. Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Co-Chair Schaefer Thompson. While the public funding, that is the case, In our agreement with Green Minneapolis, we have agreed to use these funds for the planting and maintenance of trees.
Okay.
So we would be deviating from the agreement if we were to allocate it to private tree removal.
Thank you. We've had a change up. Vice President Smith.
Can you go back to the slide where you talk about, you had about 8,500 trees planted, just shy of 86. How many of those trees were planted in green zones?
Co-Chair Schaefer Thompson, we have that information, just not with us this evening, but I can get that for you. So you're looking for the number of trees planted in 22 in green zones
Correct,
that are included in this data? Yep.
correct.
Just don't have that handy right now.
So you wouldn't have the benefits of the CO2 credits that come within the green zone as either. You wouldn't have that data either.
No, we could pull that. We just don't have it.
I'm saying with you
Yep.
right now to
Yep.
effectively answer the question. Okay. All right, then those are the things that I'm concerned about right now, because I don't know how many are planted in areas where we have continuous environmental racism. And if they're going in places like downtown Minneapolis, that doesn't really benefit the true community that we know needs it. So I will wait for that data.
Assistant Superintendent?
Sorry. Yeah, Co-Chair Schaefer, Co-Chair Thompson, thank you. What I would also add too is, so in 23 and 24, Green Minneapolis worked to obtain ARPA funding. So we have $500,000 this year and $500,000 next year. And with that ARPA funding, we are prioritizing the planting in green zones. And so we'll dig up those numbers, and I think we'll find they'll be pretty good because we are focused on that. So just wanted to add that.
Great. Thank you, Vice President Smith. Commissioner Alper.
Thank you for recognizing me. I'm not on this committee. First of all, great to get funding from outside entities. David, I'm sorry to hear you're feeling under the weather. Thank you both for your presentation. Question for legal counsel. Has legal counsel reviewed and approved this agreement as written?
Yes.
With who is signing it? No.
There was a correction, yes, Madam Chair. You did, Commissioner Alper, we did correct this contract last year, but apparently the staff didn't change it this year with the signature. So Mr. Barrick has said he's going to get that fixed. So if that hasn't been done, we should fix it tonight.
Co-Chair Schaefer, Co-Chair Thompson, I believe it's been fixed. We did that yesterday. We got the updated signature block.
We have somebody checking on it right now. Okay, so another question, that 8598, was that all the trees we planted last year or a portion?
That's a portion. We go through any trees that were planted for restitution or that were required. That doesn't meet the definition of additionality with city forest credits. So we take those out, and then these are trees in the right-of-way and in parks.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Superintendent Bangora, I have a question for you. Would you ever stop funding tree planting and maintenance in a future budget? Have you ever considered not funding forestry?
Superintendent Bangora.
Thank you. Co-Chair Schaefer, I have not considered not funding forestry.
Okay, thank you. And then for Superintendent Barrick, what's the business as usual scenario for funding forestry? About like 10.5, 11.5 million?
I believe.
Ish.
Co-Chair Schaefer, Co-Chair Thompson, I believe it's about 9.5, and that, so when it comes to tree planting, remember we had the tree levy that brought in, I believe, somewhere around 2.1 or 2.3 million. With that levy expiring, business as usual for tree planting would then go down to about 2,000 to 3,000 trees a year, which is almost a one-for-one replacement for what we lose and replant. The levy was paying for the additional 5,000 trees to be planted because we were removing 5,000 ash trees. With the ARPA funding this year, we maintain those planting levels. I think we're at 9,200 trees this year planting, and next year we'll be able to do the same. And so, as Secretary Ringgold pointed out with the special fund, kind of banking that money up, transferring it over, our plan and intention right now is to take these proceeds and use that to purchase trees in 24 or 25 and beyond, right? So business as usual, we're funded at about 2,000 to 3,000 trees. Without a tax levy or additional funding, we won't be able to do 8,000 to 9,000 trees, which one of the strategic directions was 2 trees for every tree removed. And that equals, we lose again 2,000 to 3,000 trees. That means we need to plant at least 4,000 to 6,000, and we're overachieving when we get into the 8,000 to 9,000.
Thank you for that. So I just want to have a few comments. I mean, I think it would, there, let me keep going. So, all right, I know there's no law that says that we need to, that requires us that the park board plant and maintain trees, but that decision about how much to allocate in our budget, that's a budgetary decision that's incumbent upon all of us and the superintendent to make that decision. This is important, you know, because if we were to stop planting and maintaining trees, there would be a public outcry. Definitely. And this is important because what we are telling buyers of these credits is that because of their financial investment, the park board is able to plant an extra tree. Not a business as usual tree, but an extra or additional tree, not one that we would have planted anyway. And now we can go on and on about the details, the minutia of how additionality is being defined, and I would argue massaged in this case, how you know, external third-party validators like city forestry credits, who have a financial stake in this outcome of this arrangement. They have dotted all the I's, crossed all the T's, but let me put it plainly. To approve this arrangement tonight is to say that the case, that these trees wouldn't be planted without the carbon payment. That is contradicted by 150 plus years of strong taxpayer support for the park board for a variety of urban park amenities, including trees. And thank you all. You may sit down. I have no further questions. Since we last discussed carbon offsets approximately a year ago, there has been a scandal involving the main certifier of international carbon offsets in rainforests. It's called Vera. Investigations by The Guardian found that 90% of their offsets had little to no impact on carbon, and some even added to our carbon crisis. And while it has been argued otherwise, we are no different here. Similar problems have cropped up in every single aspect of the forest carbon offset market. And I'll come back. You can come back to me. Thank you.
Yes, you can have another round. Commissioner Musich. Did you have something you'd like to say before, Secretary?
I can wait. I assume it's in response to something someone else has said already.
Co-Chair Schaefer just wanted to confirm that the online agreements, both this one and the next one, have been updated with the correct signature lines.
Yes, they are right here.
Commissioner Musich?
Thank you, Co-Chair Schaefer. So I'd like to draw some distinctions to the carbon credit program that we're engaging in here in Minneapolis to some of them that have been discredited elsewhere in the world. We have a very intensive process of verification here. This is not something far away where people can't see whether or not we are actually planting trees. We are actually planting trees here, and we verify it and have a third party verify it as well. It's auditable, which is an important component of this, in my opinion. I also would note that while for the past 150 years, 140 years, we have been planting trees and taking care of them here in the city, we don't have the funding available without significantly increasing the taxing of our residents to achieve an expansion of our canopy, which we absolutely need at this time in our history. Our environment is getting hotter. I mean, I don't remember how many 80-degree days we've had already this year, but it seems strange. And that's weather weirding, right? And we're experiencing that, and it's part of our changing climate. And I believe we have a responsibility to expand the tree canopy, particularly in areas that don't have trees traditionally, like our downtowns, our industrialized areas that are being converted to housing, and parts of the city that were underinvested in the past. There is a huge opportunity there, and we need to be taking it. And we constantly are telling our staff to find creative ways to find money to get things done. This is a creative way to fund an expansion of our tree planting initiatives across the city without having to further burden our taxpayers, many of whom can't afford a huge increase in property taxes or additional fees. And it's asking our corporate partners that are creating carbon in our environment that they're not otherwise controlling to help offset that damage that they're doing. And I'm glad that we're giving them the opportunity to invest in our city in this way. And I hope my colleagues can vote to support this moving forward.
Great. Any other questions? I just have one quick, oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Commissioner Albert, go ahead for the second time.
Thank you so much again for recognizing me. I do appreciate it. You know, I am on the same page with, I think, everybody in this room that we need to be doing more for our urban forests and our urban tree canopy. Honestly, I think this is the moment to be aggressively pursuing ample state and federal funds for trees, to focus our energy on saving our mature trees. I really just don't feel it's the moment to spend limited staff capacity on pursuing, frankly, like cryptocurrency-esque schemes that require PhDs and significant mental gymnastics to understand what's going on. I wish we had, anyway, I guess I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Co-Chair Thompson?
Thank you so much. I just wanted to state that I appreciate you guys coming here. It's always lovely to see you both, and I support Green Minneapolis deal that we're moving right now. Thank you.
Great, thank you as well. Obviously, we have this credit. I just had one quick question. Do you see any ideas out there for carbon credits around old growth trees? I mean, we got focus on planting, but then always there's the old growth that I think there's a growing awareness that we've got to do both.
So there are protocols. In fact, City Forest Credits has a protocol for preserving existing trees that are under the threat of development. So those protocols do exist.
Okay, I'll dig around on their website. Thank you for that update, everyone. All those in favor, we are going to go ahead and take the vote on Resolution 2023-91. If there's no further questions, all those in favor of this resolution, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Nay.
Any abstained? Believe that passed. Can you confirm, Secretary Ringgold, 3-2?
I request a roll call vote.
Vice President Smith.
No.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Menz.
No.
Co-Chair Thompson.
Aye.
Co-Chair Schaefer.
Aye.
You have 3 ayes, 2 nays.
Resolution 2023-91 passes. Okay. Would someone like to bring forward Resolution 2023-93? I can bring it forward. Resolution approving an agreement with Green Minneapolis to collaborate on a tree planting project, the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board Planting Project 2022. Is there any further questions that we have for our guests? All those in favor of Resolution 2023-93, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Any abstain? Resolution 2023-93 passes 3-2. Our final event for the evening, it looks like Mr. Rosen is going to do an introduction for us. Thank you very much for your patience. And we are looking forward to hear from the City of Minneapolis City Assessors Department to really give us some insight into property tax within the city as we approach the budget process. And I appreciate the input.
Co-Chair Schaefer and Commissioners, Benjamin Nelson, who's the Manager of Assessment Services at the city, is here to present the City of Minneapolis 2023 Assessment Report.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson, and welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. First of all, thank you, Co-Chair Schaefer, Co-Chair Thompson, and committee members for providing me this time to share some highlights of the 2023 Minneapolis Assessment of Property Values and Classifications for Property Tax Purposes. Unfortunately, our City Assessor, Rebecca Malmquist, is out of the state at the moment and unable to attend, so I will be presenting on her behalf tonight. My name is Ben Nelson. I'm Manager of Assessment Services with the City of Minneapolis Assessor's Office. I oversee a small team that sort of manages the data, technology systems, and several other administrative functions supporting the appraisers that value all the properties across the city. I've been with the city for 3 years and in my current position for about 6 months. And prior to working for the city, I worked with the Hennepin County Assessor's Office for several years. I'll be presenting a lot of similar material to what Rebecca has presented to both the City Council and the Board of Estimate and Taxation last month. However, we did kind of parse out the data by park district, which is actually something we haven't done in the past, so it was actually kind of interesting putting this together. I'll just start with a high-level summary and reminders about the assessment. Our January 2nd, 2023 assessment of estimated market values encompassed approximately 131,000 properties. I just want to note that about 126,000 of those properties are taxable and about 5,000 are tax exempt. We do value all tax exempt properties, including properties owned by the park board, even though they are not taxed at that value. This is an annual process as dictated by state statute. The notice of valuation and classification, commonly known as value notices, were mailed back in mid-March. And it is important to remind everyone that the 2023 estimated market values are used to calculate next year's 2024 property taxes. We value properties 1 year, and then the budget and levy are set, and then taxes are payable the following year. We know this can sometimes be confusing because property tax statements are mailed at about the exact same time as value notices. And the 2023 property tax statements that property owners received this year were calculating using last year's 2022 assessed values. Another important reminder is that the data we use to set the annual assessment is also dictated by the state. So for setting this January 2nd, 2023 assessment, we analyzed market-based sales transactions that occurred between October 2021 and September 2022. And this is what we're analyzed on by the State Department of Revenue. And as you can imagine, this presented some unusual challenges this year because of the change in interest rates that began impacting market conditions right in the middle of that period. And I apologize. All right, so in Minnesota, property taxes provide a significant portion of the funding for local government. Before I dive into details about the assessment, I think it would first be helpful to give a little bit of a background about the property tax system that we have. In most states, property owners pay taxes based on a percentage of their value, and this percentage is set by the state legislature. This is commonly referred to as millage rates or mill rates, so essentially a property is valued at X, and they pay Y% of that value in taxes. In Minnesota, this is not the case. We have a fairly long-established system called tax capacity that determines the tax value that each property owner is responsible for paying. Under this system, the total amount of the taxes that is collected is set by the levy established by elected bodies such as yourself, as well as City Council, the school district, the County Board of Commissioners, and watershed districts. The assessor's valuations and classifications are then used to determine what proportion of that levied amount each property pays. The benefit of this system is that the revenue collected by local governments doesn't fluctuate as much if there are large swings in real estate values, either up or down. Budgeting is therefore much more predictable. However, the downside is that the fairly abstract relationship between a property's value and the taxes that are paid is sometimes a little more confusing to explain. So in essence, every property share of taxes is based on its market value, property use, and local government budgets, which become a tax rate. You can see the image on this slide at the bottom of the screen for a simplified illustration. Market value is the price a property would sell for on the open market. The assessor's role is to reflect the real estate market and set fair and accurate market values by following market trends. The assessor also classifies a property according to its use. Different uses of properties, even if they have the same value, pay different taxes because the class rate is set by the state legislature. I will provide an example of this on the next slide. So the tax rate is determined by using the budgets of local governments such as the city, county, school district, and watershed districts. And if I flip over to the next slide, I'll just show that the intermediary step in converting value to taxes is what is referred to as tax capacity. And this slide illustrates how that works for some common types of properties. The calculation for tax capacity is the market value in the second column multiplied by the class rate in the third column. So for example, as you can see here, a residential property on the first line and a commercial property on the bottom line, both assessed at the same value of $300,000, would pay different taxes, and that is because the class rate for a residential property is 1% and the class rate for a commercial property is 2%. As a result, a residential property will pay approximately half the property taxes of a commercial property, with the same value. I must note that this is a very simplistic model illustrating the tax calculation. There's a lot more complex factors that can go into this, like homesteads, state general tax, and fiscal disparities. This slide represents a historical view of the city's total estimated market value. The overall estimated market value, or EMV, for the city increased by 4.2% this year to $67.5 billion. This does not include utilities and railroads, which are assessed by the state of Minnesota, and those values are not available until approximately August of this summer. This also includes the new construction added for permit work, which total approximately $1.086 billion this year, and this marks 9 out of the last 10 assessments where the city has seen over $1 billion in new improvements. The next slide is a visualization of the breakdown of the three major property type categories by 2023 total market value on the left and by net tax capacity on the right. Because of the calculation of value to tax discussed on a previous slide, there's a change in the distribution between the three categories when we move from estimated market value to tax capacity. You can see here that residential values in green comprise 60% of the total city EMV on the left. However, when the class rates are applied, the residential portion of tax capacity is just over 50%. You can also see that the commercial value in blue compromises approximately 20% of the total market value of the city. However, it compromises approximately 30% of the tax capacity after tax capacity rates are applied. This chart right here is a historical view of the tax capacity as a percentage of total, or tax capacity as a percentage of the total tax capacity by property type. If you compare 2022 to 2023, the two bars to the furthest right on this slide, you can see that the year-to-year shift between a commercial, apartment, and residential properties is pretty minimal. Overall, this means that residential and commercial will bear a similar burden in payable 2024 as they did in payable 2023. I should also note that because of the historical growth in the apartment market, both the residential and commercial property segments are paying a smaller portion of the burden than was true about 10 years ago. You can see illustrated in orange in 2014, the apartment properties comprised about 13% of the total city tax base. However, now in 2023, apartments comprise almost 20% of the total tax burden. This slide right here is a distribution of estimated market values across the city by park district. The larger the pie, the greater the percent of total market value that the park district is comprised of. It is broken down again into the three major property type categories, being apartment, commercial, industrial, and residential. The district's neighborhoods in and around downtown have a far greater share of the commercial and apartment value, which is illustrated in orange and blue, while the neighborhoods further away are predominantly residential, and these are shaded in green. This slide right here illustrates the change in total market value by park district. Each district is represented by a blue bar, and the percent of increase is on a label at the top of the bar. While last year, Park District 2 on the north side saw the greatest increase in market value, this year, Park District 6 covering southwest Minneapolis saw the largest overall growth of 6.4%. I just want to note that this is the first year in the 5 or 6 years that I've been working in assessing where essentially the north side of the city did not have by far the strongest growth. There was probably 4 or 5 years in a row with double-digit growth in values in that part of the city, and this is really the first year that I've seen where that's not been the case. So just kind of an interesting thing to see how that plays out in the coming assessments. So this right here is a historical look at the total residential value growth in the city. This year, the overall residential market grew by 3.4%, and this marks the 11th straight year of residential value increases in the city. While the previous slide illustrates an overall value increase for all residential properties, this slide further breaks the data down a little more into the major types of residential properties, being condominium townhouses, duplex triplexes, and single family. Overall, there were increases in the duplex, triplex, and single family submarkets, and a decrease in the condominium submarket. Well, last year, the decreases in condominiums were driven largely by large complexes in the downtown and uptown neighborhoods. This year, the distribution of decreases was much more equally distributed across the city. And I just want to note that there was over $260 million in new construction in the residential market this year. This was largely driven by 3 new large condominium complexes, one being Portico at the Falls in the Hiawatha neighborhood across from Minnehaha Falls Park. The others being the Gateway condominiums in downtown West neighborhood and the completion of 11 condominiums in the downtown East neighborhood along the river. We also saw 53 new residential houses constructed this year and 19 new duplexes across the city. So our assessment is closely scrutinized by the state to ensure accuracy and equity. We follow requirements mandated by the state, which are based on industry standards set by the International Association of Assessing Officers, standard on ratio studies, and the standard on mass appraisal. This data on this chart reflects the residential market. The analysis is of properties that have sold so that we can compare our assessed values to what they are selling for and analyze how accurate and equitable the values that we set are in comparison to sales prices. The first measurement on this slide that I'll talk about is the sales ratio, which is the third column. This is a measure of the level of assessment. It is a comparison of the estimated market value to the sale price of a property. So simply stated, it is the assessed value divided by the sale price. We use the median ratio as a measure of central tendency. So looking at the bottom row of the nearly 5,700 sales, the median ratio is 95.5%. An acceptable median ratio is between 90 and 105%. However, to be consistent with the surrounding jurisdictions, we typically aim for a median of 95%. We don't want to be at a significantly different assessment level than other jurisdictions in the area. So for example, we don't want to value properties at a median of 95% when surrounding suburbs or cities are at 90%. So again, the level of assessment needs to be consistent. We have conversations across city borders to ensure this consistency. And our assessment meets kind of the ratio requirements. The second measure is the coefficient of dispersion. This measures the uniformity of the assessment. It essentially measures how far away the ratios are from 95.5%. So you can think of this as the standard deviation, but measuring the distance from the median instead of the mean. An acceptable range for residential properties, according to an industry standards and Department of Revenue standards, is less than 15, and we meet this requirement. The last measure is the price-related differential, which is critically important. It measures the vertical equity of the assessment. So when low-valued properties are valued at a greater percentage of market value than higher-valued properties, the assessment is considered regressive. And then the inverse, when low-valued properties are valued at a lower percentage than high-valued properties, the assessment would be considered progressive. And assessments for tax purposes should be neither regressive nor progressive. And our assessment is within the acceptable range for the PRD. So this slide is just a historical look at the required statistical measures that our assessment is judged on. You can kind of see how we've met those criteria or met those standards over the years. This slide illustrates the comparison of the median sale price in blue to the median market value in orange. These lines should be close together and going in the same direction, and you can see that this measurement has also been improving for the last several years. Our median EMV increased from 4.4% from 22 to 2023. So the median residential value was $329,000 or $315,000 last year and $329,000 this year. This next slide illustrates the breakdown of residential value changes by the percent change from 22 to 23, and nearly 2/3 of all residential properties saw an increase in their value between 0 and 10%. Here's a map of single-family residential changes by parcel and park district. Growth was more equally distributed across the city than this year than we had seen in past years. If you looked at this map in prior years, you would have noticed there was a lot more concentration of the large blue double-digit growth in District 2 than we're seeing this year. This next slide is similar data. It's a geographical representation of the aggregate of all residential value change by neighborhood. This includes condominiums, duplexes, and triplexes. While most neighborhoods saw growth, we did see decreases in overall residential value in a handful of neighborhoods, mostly near downtown and uptown, and the largest decrease was in Loring Park with a 7% decrease in aggregate residential value. This is a fairly detailed district-by-district comparison of residential values and the same statistical measures we discussed earlier. The columns on the left are the 2022 and 2023 total market values, the amount of new construction, and the net change in total value. As you move across the chart, there's the median EMV, number of sales, median sale price, as well as the sales ratio and COD. What I want to mention here is that the range of sales ratios is between 95.1% and 95.8%, indicating our level of assessment is consistent across the city. And also the COD, or measure of uniformity across the city, ranges from 6.6 to 7.8, indicating a uniform assessment across the city. To achieve this consistency, variations in increases and decreases were needed in some neighborhoods because the sales prices were higher or lower than our former assessments. Pivoting quickly to the commercial market, if you separating commercial from industrial, you see overall increases in both markets. This is in the last column. However, the industrial market saw a much more significant increase of 23.6% this year in value compared to the commercial market increase of just 3.8%. This is the second straight year of double-digit growth in the industrial market and is the largest growth of any one major property type in the city. This is not unique to Minneapolis, and it reflects a region-wide trend and honestly a nationwide trend in industrial values. And the growth we're seeing in our assessment of these properties is similar with other cities and counties around the metro. This right here is a historical look at commercial industrial market values. While we saw an overall decrease in 2021, this is the second straight year of growth in the commercial industrial market. The aggregate EMV of $13.2 billion has exceeded the pre-pandemic high of $12.8 billion in commercial value. This chart right here, though, shows that while overall the commercial industrial market is trending upwards again, not every geographic submarket has completely rebounded. This slide separates out the downtown and uptown markets, the commercial market outside of downtown and uptown, and the industrial market. And you can see that we're still seeing overall value decreases in the downtown commercial market. Again, reviewing the commercial industrial statistics, we see that our median ratio and COD are acceptable, and the PRD is slightly outside of range and will be watched for our next assessment. And lastly, a quick look at the apartment market. We saw a net increase of 3%. I just want to note that there was $605 million in new construction and apartments added this year. And again, the statistical measurements of the sales ratio and COD are within the acceptable standards, and the PRD is slightly out of range and will be watched for the next assessment year. As I mentioned earlier, value notices were mailed to all property owners in mid-March. The notices are color-coded in yellow. They coordinate with the Hennepin County initiative to align value notices with tax statements, so next year's tax statement will also be color-coded in yellow. If property owners have questions or concerns regarding their value, they should contact the appraiser listed on the back of their notice. If they have questions regarding homestead status, they should also call or email our office, and that contact information is also provided on the value notice. Information about the appeals process on the value notice is on the value notice and also on our website. There's also a selection of short videos that explain how property values, taxes, and the appeal process works. However, I do want to note that the option for appealing your assessment for 2023 at the local level has ended. And while the County Board of Appeal is in June, to appeal at the county level, you must have first appealed at the local Board of Appeal, which completed a couple weeks ago on April 25th. So at this point, the only option for appeal for property owners that did not appeal at the local board for appeal in their 2023 assessment is through Minnesota Tax Court. And you can file a tax court appeal in the 2023 assessment up until April 30th of next year. Just want to point out that there are several resources on our website for property owners that would like to research their property value, including our neighborhood sales finder, neighborhood value change data, the property tax estimator, along with property-specific information in the property info section of our website. There's also a new tool that was created by our team that is a dashboard of median neighborhood values going back about 10 years. This tool went live several weeks ago, and there's a link to it on our website. And I just want to note that our office is continuing to work towards making more and more of our data open and accessible and on our public website. And it is a huge goal of ours to make the assessment process as open, transparent, and understandable as possible. Just kind of want to run through some key dates. As I mentioned, we mailed value notices in March. The local board convened on April 17th and held 4 meetings. They convened on Tuesday, April 25th, or sorry, adjourned on Tuesday, April 25th. The Hennepin County Board of Appeal and Equalization convenes on June 12th, which is the next step after the local Board of Appeals process. However, as I noted before, properties must first have appealed at the local board in order to continue their appeal at the county board. However, even though the main period for appealing is over, our staff appraisers welcome all opportunities to meet with property owners and taxpayers to discuss their assessments at any point throughout the year, and information for contacting our office is available on the value notices that went out as well as our website. Then the last item, slide I have here is the annual quintile inspections our office performs during the summer months. Each year, by state statute, we are required to physically inspect 1/5 of properties in the city. This amounts to about 23,000 properties that we inspect annually. That's actually the residential count. It's a little more once you include commercial. The neighborhoods in pink are what will be reviewed by our residential team this year. Prior to inspecting a neighborhood, we will mail postcards to all property owners in those neighborhoods notifying them that we will be coming through. Each appraiser will have a yellow vest on and will be carrying city identification as they do their inspections. And I do know that we will be starting in the Lynn-Bohannon neighborhood in District 2 this year, and this could start possibly as soon as the week of May 22nd. So that concludes our report, and I will open it up for questions.
Wow, thank you, Mr. Nelson. I'm going to have to go back and listen again to let it all seep in. But I know I was clicking pictures of some of the slides that were highlights to be able to reference more quickly. But thank you for breaking out that information by park district. That is really exciting to see. And the first light is Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you so much, Co-Chair Schaefer. I just have to say, I'm going to ask you a question, but I'm a teacher, and I literally taught like different statistics stuff today in class. So I was having a little like, oh, I wish my students would watch this. They would see it's real. Okay, my question now is very math related. Why do you choose the median for things? The reason it sprung into my mind was in regard to District 2, which is really diverse, especially considering that District 2 has this stretch of North Loop in it, which those condominiums are largely a much higher property value and might skew that data point. So I was using that as an idea as to why then that kind of is the main assessment that was in a lot of the graphs you're using.
Yeah, so I mean, it's kind of an industry standard, and really the main reason for using the median as opposed to the mean is because it isn't skewed by the outliers as much.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're looking at property sales, oftentimes there's just oddball sales that sell way above or below what you would typically expect that property is worth in the open market, because there's just a lot of factors that could skew why something might sell quite unusually. So we typically look at the median ratio. I do want to note that we get quite granular when we're looking at categories of properties and setting their values. I mean, in terms of North Loop condos, we get down to the complex level when we're looking at properties, and we want that median sales ratio to be consistent across all the complexes in North Loop. We're not just looking at District 2 as a whole, or a city council board as a whole, or a city neighborhood as a whole. We're getting quite granular there. So like on the north side, we're looking at the stretch along the Parkway as its own separate market. within almost every neighborhood in the city, we're looking at several different submarkets within those neighborhoods.
That's really cool, and I appreciate that so much. And if anyone from high school is watching, see, thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Commissioner Menz.
I was just about to say, welcome all of Commissioner Thompson's students, which Commissioner Thompson, I just found out I'm going to get to teach math next year again, so we can be mathies together. And this, so Commissioner Benny, I'm assuming that this is also presented to the BET and has been already? Okay, all right, thanks. So yeah, really great. I love the visuals, the color. I mean, it's really helpful. Thank you.
Any other questions? Going? Gone? Yes, thank you very much for waiting here through our long meeting and for being a stand-in for Rebecca.
Awesome, thank you very
Yep.
much for the opportunity.
Thank you, yep. With that, I would like to adjourn the Admin Finance Committee at 9:14.
Okay, and I would like to call to order the Planning Committee. Secretary, could you please take the roll?
Commissioner Thompson.
Here.
Commissioner Schaefer. Here. Commissioner Olson.
Here.
Co-Chair Abene.
Present.
Co-Chair Alper.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thanks. Can I get an motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, abstains? Okay, motion passes. We have no minutes or public hearing. Can I get, we have one resolution before us. Can I get a motion to approve that resolution?
Can I move the resolution?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll move resolution 2023-97, resolution approving temporary occupancy under Section 4F of the Transportation Act of 1966 for Broadway Street Northeast Pedestrian Improvements Project adjacent to and within Logan Park and Beltrami Park.
Thank you very much. So I would just like to state right off the bat that we are trying a new technique with Planning Committee. And to have fewer presentations and go right to questions, except as desired by the board, by fellow commissioners, and deemed appropriate by Co-Chair Benny and myself. So unless there's any opposition, I'd like to ask if there are any questions. This is a pretty item that we've seen many times before, and I hope you've all thoroughly reviewed your packet. All right, seeing no questions, let's take a vote. So all those in favor of Resolution 2023-97, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, motion passes. And that's it. So I will adjourn the Planning Committee.
Thank you.
I'm going to reconvene. Oh, that was a record.
I'll reconvene then the full board and go to Admin and Finance because we are bringing forward 2023-70.
Yes, I will bring forward Resolution 2023-70, resolution approving a memorandum of understanding between the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board and the Toro Company regarding the conduct of research and delivery of guidance advancing a net zero emissions position for the Park Board.
Second.
Okay, no discussion, and, okay, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carried. Thank you for that addition. Okay, so Commissioner Menz, I will start with you.
Petitions?
Yeah, petitions and communications.
The Planning Committee would take that quick. Couldn't even pee. So really quick, so thank you to all the people who made Arbor Day happen. I'm going to echo, Superintendent, that was really awesome to have it in our neighborhood and to see so many friends and close loved ones and just to get excited about trees. And I got to wear my muck boots and go plant my own tree, which was really muddy. I wanted to highlight someone who actually works at Wyndham Park Northeast. Actually, he doesn't work. He was moved. His name's Sang. And Sang started a really cool program around Pokemon at Wyndham Northeast. And it was so popular. And I have a friend who, her kid would run down there and get to Pokemon. Sang has since left because we moved him due to staffing or whatever. He still comes back and does it on his own dime, like just volunteers and comes back and runs that programming. And that's the type of leadership and dedication that we have within our recreation staff, that they want to do so well by the kids, and I just congratulate Sang. I also wanted to highlight some of the planning staff, Michael and also Jack Barsh and some others who were at the first facility study committee. So this board unanimously approved facility studies, and we had our first meeting. It was really informative. The planning staff really gave a good background of where we're at and what's happened, and people left really encouraged with what is possible with that facility study, and how it is sort of like a land use study, but it's also programming and how we maintain fields. And I really want to focus, especially after earlier with recreation, and also Commissioner Thompson and myself, and maybe Commissioner Benny, some of us have been dealing with some process issues around fields, and how things happen and how they're maintained in the relationship with the school district. And I just want to encourage us that we can't demonize the people, but we can demonize the process. And I think that what's happening is that we're noticing some things that are popping up, that have been popping up for years, that we need to address. And because our families and our staff and our young people deserve to have that happen. And I really want to look at this as an opportunity to work together. And what I've heard is, in years past, I've always heard, it's their fault, it's their fault, it's their fault, this pointing of fingers back and forth, and I don't see that right now. And I don't think, and I'm really encouraged by that, because solutions can happen when we all take accountability for improving process and improving systems to be more effective and solution focused. So just wanted to kind of highlight those things, and thank you.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Yeah, I just want to say everyone's invited to a District 4 Buckthorn discussion and tour next week, Thursday, May 18th from 5 to 7. We will be at Eloise Butler Wildflower Garden at 5 to hear from Jim Proctor and Jennifer Olson, the president of the Wildflower Garden, showing off kind of their volunteer restoration work in the Maple Bowl, as well as around or near the garden. And then at 6 p.m. we will go up to the woods in Bassett Creek along Upton and Chestnut in Bryn Mawr, and it'll be Anna Peterson and her husband Ryan Atwell, who works for the National Park Service, who will be hosting our tour and heading up. They also head up the park stewardship agreement there, and will be heading up the volunteers there. And then, in addition to just looking, we'll also be discussing restoration methods. So all buckthorn enthusiasts are welcome to come, even if you want to just learn. Thanks.
Commissioner Alpert.
Thank you. I have two things. I would like to start off by saying that I know everyone received an email about the Midtown Greenway, and I just would like to say that Commissioner Schaefer and I, along with Carrie Christensen on staff, are going to be meeting next week, and are thinking seriously about what is the best path forward for us at this juncture, while making sure that we hold nearby residents and users of the Greenway as like at the core of, making sure, as our guiding star, I should say. So I just want to acknowledge that, first of all. Then I'd also just like to let you know that there are incredible things happening at Powderhorn Park. Grassroots volleyball, it happened last summer. It's happening, it's already started this year. I've heard from neighbors it happens Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday nights at approximately 10th and 32nd Street. You may or may have not gotten this letter, which says to whom it may concern, so I thought maybe you have gotten this as well, but there are some concerns among neighbors, and I think it's important that we address the situations going on there in a really culturally sensitive way. So I'm looking forward to working with staff on that, because I think it's going to take staff from multiple areas, so we can't be siloed in this, but I think we need to be willing to make mistakes and learn from these mistakes here, and then make sure we're applying those lessons learned at other parks as well. So hopefully we can work on that. Thank you.
Commissioner Musich.
Pass.
Oh, Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you. I will just say 1.5 things. About our fields, I wanted to just say an extra special thank you to, Interim Assistant Superintendent Calb, who has been really incredible and so open with me. I mean, I went from not emailing at all to suddenly like an email a day because I'm coaching and I hear it from kids and families and just trying to problem solve, and I just wanted to say how much I appreciate you. And on that same note, I would like to invite everybody. South High it might be a problem of a game, so I'm not expecting it to be tight, but you can enjoy sitting at Pershing Park, 6 p.m. on Monday, as we play Southwest. It might only be 5 innings, it might be less, but you're all invited. I just love to say that. 6 o'clock on Monday.
Commissioner Bennett.
Pass.
Oh, Commissioner Thompson. Excuse me, Olson.
Pass.
Sorry.
I have an announcement to make.
Vice President Smith.
Bangora's got his light on.
What was that?
Al has his light on.
Oh, yes, Superintendent Bangor.
Thank you, President Ford. I appreciate and recognize. I very rarely put it up here, but I just wanted to, I have the absolute privilege, we have doors open this coming weekend on the 13th and 14th. And Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Park is on there. The Godfrey, is it? We're not sure. The Godfrey is on there, the Godfrey House, which productive day, did a lot of work on there. Our young people that did some incredible work on that house, and we could tell a story about that. And then, of course, the Theodorworth home where I'm living will be there, and very, very fortunate that we have a celebrity volunteer. We have President Barney, who will be there volunteering, and then we have Mark Rui, who is the son of Robert Rui. He's going to be there. He's now lives in Minneapolis. We have the great granddaughter of Theodorworth, Dana Sparks will be there. David Smith will be there, that wrote the book. So we have some really great things that'll be at the Theodorworth home and administration building. But I will be there with my wife. I'm incredibly grateful to Dawn and Angela, and they've been working so hard. Just really, I'd love to see your faces if you have a time to stop by. 10 to 5 both days, I'll be there. So just wanted to throw that out to you all. So thank you.
Vice President Smith.
Thank you. Per usual, I appreciate the staff that make the parks what they are. And as we continue to just navigate societal challenges, would just like to encourage them to steadfast and continue to be present for young people, for families, for the elders in our community. It's time and time again that I get reminded how important it is to have a space where you maybe feel valued, or a place just where you feel safe and maybe warm or cool, or where you can get a snack. And so thank you to the staff that continue to show up and deliver each day. Other than that, I don't really have a lot to say.
Thank you. Several things. First of all, Arbor Day was fantastic. I have been doing the road show as far as taking our initiatives, and I have to say it's being very well received. People hear this is a really important need. So I encourage all of you. I know that Communications has put together some really good tools. One of them is Facebook. Anyway, so thank you for that. See now, Commissioner Thompson and Commissioner Schaefer and I all went to the State of the City, and I want to acknowledge that I don't know how much more enthusiastic he could be, but he kept on saying, plant more trees, plant more trees. He also commented about North Commons, and he also commented about the refectory. So we are definitely in his scope, so I just want you to know that he's taking kudos for a lot of the good work that we do. So a door's open. I was going to comment about that, how wonderful it is to be able to see over 100 different structures throughout the city. They are still looking for volunteers, and one of the nice things that if you do volunteer, you get to be to the head of the line. So it's a wonderful thing. Reminder to everybody that the budget retreat is next week, our second budget retreat, okay? And then also in the 24th meeting, Vice President Smith is going to be presiding. And then I also want to acknowledge, which somebody took away part of her, whatever, but the Bleeding Heart and orchid for our newly wedded Vice President Smith. Congratulations. And I also have to say, he sat through the whole thing, and it is his birthday. Happy birthday, Commissioner Olson. Yay. On that, I will adjourn the full board. Thank you.
Tom, it's my wife's birthday too.